The police have been called. They're on their way.
I'm a fucking cop, bitch.
The police are...
You're going to fucking jail!
My volleyball bag. No problem at all. Sure. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6:07, Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. We're hosting this council session in the Cobourg Community Centre, and as I call this meeting to order, I'd like to ask the Deputy Mayor take a moment and read the traditional land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor Cleveland. The town of Cobourg respectfully acknowledges that we are located on the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississauga, Mississauga, and Chippewa Nations, which are collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. They include Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. The town of Cobourg respectfully acknowledges that the Williams Treaties First Nations have been stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and that today remain vigilant over their health and integrity for generations to come. We are all treaty people.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking the time this evening to join us for this important community conversation. As many of you know, the homeless shelter located at 310 Division Street is owned by the County of Northumberland and operated under contract by Transition House. While the town of Cobourg does not operate the shelter, we understand the significant impacts it has on our downtown and our surrounding neighborhoods. And we know many of you have been directly affected. That is why we are all here this evening, and that is to listen. Over the past several months, we've heard from residents and business owners across Cobourg who have shared real and serious concerns about safety, accountability, and quality of life. We've also heard support for the people who rely on these vital services and calls for a more coordinated response. These are incredibly complex issues, but we believe all progress starts with dialogue. Tonight's town hall is part of that dialogue process. This evening, Council and I have invited an independent moderator to help us guide the discussion, to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to be heard, giving us, the politicians, a chance to really listen to the things our residents are saying. I'm pleased this evening to introduce Mr. Kim Derry, President and CEO of the Consilium Public Safety Service. Kim is the former Deputy Chief of Toronto Police Service with nearly 4 decades of operational and policing experience. Today, he leads a national consulting firm that specializes in governance, risk management, and community engagement. Kim, over the last several years, has worked with municipalities like ours across Canada, helping communities navigate these complex challenges through inclusive dialogue. His experience facilitating town halls and building trust between residents and public institutions makes him an ideal choice to lead tonight's conversation. I'd like to thank all of you on behalf of council, on behalf of Cobourg's staff. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for having the courage to show up, to speak, to listen, and to care about our community. And thank you for contributing to this discussion in both a respectful and constructive way. At this time, I'm going to introduce Mr. Kim Derry and welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Can you hear that? My wife never says that you can't hear me, so there you go. I want to give a little bit about myself. I don't like talking about myself, but I think it's important to at least understand where I've come from, as well as how I do the work that I do. And working with communities both on public trust, because that's a big issue, public engagement and police engagement with the partnerships, communities, committees, homeless issues, mental health, and working with group to really talk about 360 wraparound support, nurse partners, police engagement, bylaw. One of the programs that I was working with Lieutenant Governor Bartleman with literacy, a big issue in the north, where we dealt with suicide rates of one child, 9 to 13, per community of 100 to 200 people every month. And that was about hope. And it was about being able to see a future. I've worked over the past 10 years working in human trafficking, not in human trafficking, but working with victims of human trafficking, and nonprofits and victim support groups, including police organizations, introducing concepts and resource partnerships to provide better response and services to those. Working with law enforcement organizations globally on best practices related to victim-centric approaches, as well as investigative techniques, and victims and agencies and working groups to bring about changes that work for all parties. One of the things we're going to talk about tonight is how do you work together? Over the past 35 years, I've worked on community issues, community programs, poverty reductions committees, as far back as the 90s. This is not a new phenomenon, but it is growing. During that time, I've worked with police, community partners to improve collaboration and shared best practices to improve the engagement on mental health, drug and homeless interventions. I do not consider myself an expert in any way, but I do keep aware of new strategies and that are emerging globally. And I've even worked in Lithuania on public trust and police engagement, homeless, as they emerged in the 90s from communism to democracy. And I must tell you, a democracy is the only place to be. Recently, we've been working in cities such as Thunder Bay, Toronto, Peterborough, Chatham-Kent, Brockville, and other locations on these challenging issues that you're talking tonight. And I'm pleased to say that some best practices are emerging across the spectrum that can be brought to Cobourg. Unfortunately, it takes time. And I've read some of the feedback notes from some of the Cobourg residents and businesses where individuals feel it's hopeless and they feel helpless. And I want to say that the meetings such as this help focus the issues, together shape the solutions for your community. It requires effort, leadership, continuous engagement of all stakeholders of which you're a part at the table to fully appreciate the challenges, solutions, and capabilities. Your engagement tonight and presentations tonight will provide some of that needed information. My role, I need to manage, or want to manage, all of your expectations tonight to run the meeting. We will not solve the many issues that are likely to be raised tonight, but I want all of you to help me ensure that all the speakers have their time. They have 5 minutes to share their experience, concerns, and feedback related to 310 Division Street. I want to reinforce that tonight provides a venue where all the speakers can share their point of view and utilize this fine facility. It should be considered a safe environment to share your perspective. I also want to restate that the meeting is being streamed as well, recorded, so that those that cannot be here can view and listen to the meeting. I've also heard there will be no breaks. We have over 42 people making 5-minute presentation. That works out to just over 3 hours. If you need to go to the bathroom, if I use the right term, I'm not even sure where it is, but it's probably outside that door. Feel free to get up and walk to the bathroom. I'm like a referee in hockey. I'll try not to make any mistakes, so I apologize up front if I make errors in some way to misstate a comment. My wife regularly tells me that I'm not perfect, which I agree. My goal is to ensure that we hear all the speakers' issues. I am not naive to think that all of you agree on every point being put forward tonight. As social housing, mental health, and drug addiction solutions and activity issues are complex and impact each of our lives. My years of experience tell me that most people have been impacted personally by someone they know, either through a family member, an associate, your children, or a friend on issues relating to housing, mental health, and drug use. This is not new to most of you. We need to respect the fact and understand that many are coming tonight from different perspectives. I ask all of you to respect your fellow attendees' opinions and allow them to present their perspective. I also know that communities consultations can be very personal and generally have emotions attached to each presentation. There will be video shown at some of the presentations tonight, and I want to not warn, but alert you that there'll be language that is not pleasant. There may be some violence in the pictures, and so from a victim standpoint, if you're affected by any of those type of images, please feel free to please get up and leave and come back when they're not there. I also know that consultations are going to be made in 5-minute segments. So please respect the time of 5 minutes as we want to hear from everybody that's registered. We can learn from each presentation. My past experience also shows me that presenters have a particular point that they want to make. And I find that listening to the varied perspectives does not always sit well with everybody in the room. That's okay. But please remember that change comes because of listening and learning. And tonight is exactly that. Your council are here to learn and listen. Your county is here to listen and learn. There are legal issues, social issues, personal issues, business factors, all to be discussed. And we may hear from those who have lived experiences and some that are impacted by proximity and interaction with 310. Each experience comes with a story, and every story has a potential solution within the story. All issues need to be taken into consideration. Tonight is not only a feedback opportunity, but a learning opportunity. Sometimes I think about others that are saying to consider the issues as if you were standing in their shoes. You may not agree, but listening and learning usually results in better understanding and resulting in better outcomes. During your presentations, I will highlight that you've got 2 minutes left, and also when time has come, so that you can wrap up your presentation, keeping everybody on time. I've already read 14 submissions from people who are unable to attend, so I have a sense of some of the issues likely to be raised. They will form part of my summary report to Council, and I will be closing the presentations down at 10 p.m. So let's get started. Brent, if you could announce who's the next first speaker.
Carol Ann Bell Smith, number 1.
It feels kind of strange with everybody behind me. There's no way to address everybody, or no? Gotcha. Can we go a little sideways there? Sure. Okay. This is much more on. Thank you so much for the opportunity today, and thank you for holding this event at the community center. Honestly, I wouldn't be here if it were downtown Cobourg, so I really appreciate that. And I appreciate people coming here. I'm actually surprised at how many, and I'm sorry my back is to you because I really want to talk to you as well. I only have 5 minutes, so I'll keep going. Since Transition House went low barrier, I have felt unsafe downtown. Many incidents of being threatened, chased, spit on, not be able to use the bathrooms have literally ended my citizenship in Cobourg, literally. I feel like I can't access medical care. Cobourg Orthopedic and Sports Injury Clinic, I was an avid user several times a week, can't go there anymore, not safe after an incident. So that's off the table. That affects my medical condition, my mental health, all of these things. I can't go to community events. You all know me. You know I'm everywhere. I'm not everywhere anymore. I haven't seen friends. I've lost touch with people because I cannot go downtown reliably anymore. My last downtown big venture was to go to a concert where the accessible bathroom was locked, and I had to go very badly. I had an accident. I had to sit in my own urine through the concert. That's the end. I'm done. I can't do that anymore. I went to Pride because it's a cause near and dear to my heart. The bathroom was locked in the town hall. The security guard was nowhere to be found. We checked even the cameras that they had. No one there to help, so I had to go home. I've had to train had my PSWs trained in self-defense at the local jiu-jitsu club. They're afraid to go downtown and do my banking. I've actually been in arrears with Canada Revenue Agency. There are a few payments that must be made at a bank. I can't step over folks. As much compassion as I have for them, and let me tell you, my very close personal relative, one of the closest people in my life, I detoxed him 3 times, and he's no longer with us. This breaks my heart, and I have nothing but love and compassion for folk who struggle. I do. I get it. I truly do. 31% of the people who live in Cobourg have a disability, greater than the provincial average of 28%. 34% of the people who live in Cobourg are seniors. I think we can reliably and safely say that over half of the folks in Cobourg may identify as vulnerable. Vulnerable people take the brunt of increased criminality. We can't run away. We can't step aside. We can't step over. We can't defend ourselves. We are a perfect mark. And that is why most of the crimes in this town have been perpetrated on to folks who are vulnerable. If you feel the experiences of people with disabilities and seniors are not accurate because you are viewing them then through the lens of your own privilege, if you can walk away, if you can step over, I'm sorry, you're more privileged than half of the people in Cobourg who can't do that, and so therefore are stuck wherever they are in their situation. Many of us have experienced and expressed fears around criminality, have been told that it only feels unsafe, that our perceptions are wrong. I'm here tonight to present some incredibly sobering data that I think is going to shock you, so brace yourself. Our fears are justified. So that's not the first slide, that's actually the second slide. If I could, there it is. So crime, this is just a general thing. This is through the county, through the county. Cobourg gets a D, the rest obviously do very well. And I'm not here to judge, no shame or blame to the police, to the county, to council. That's not why I'm here at all. But I'm here to tell you that Cobourg has borne the brunt of this problem in the county, and it is going to bankrupt us. It is going to destroy, it has already destroyed the community for me because I can't use it anymore. So, next slide, please.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, oh no, okay, I need to go to the next slide quickly. I need these. Look at the 6,629 per 100,000 compared to Durham region of 3887. Next slide, please. Remember that. Cobourg, 6629, Toronto, 5336. That is the crime rate per capita. We're worse than Toronto. Next slide, please. Peel region, Mississauga and Brampton, 3408. We have more crime in Cobourg than Brampton. This is not a race issue, and that's why I included this slide to let you know we don't have the diversity in Cobourg that Brampton does. This is not a race issue. Next slide, please. There's another slide.
That's the end.
Okay, Oshawa, Hamilton, we exceed. Here's my bottom line, and I want to finish. Nearly half of the citizens are vulnerable folks who are by design excluded from their community. I pay nearly $6,000 a year in property taxes. I can't use a bathroom downtown. I can't go to community events. I can't access my town hall very easily. This is discrimination. And I am very experienced in the Ontario Human Rights Code. I've made 9 challenges, 1 federal, 1 all of them. I know the code backwards and forward, particularly related to disability. And I'm being told that disability is the reason.
You have to end.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carol Layton.
Hi, thank you very much. Good evening, my name is Carol Layton. This is my 3rd delegation because things are getting worse, not better, especially since 310 Division became a low-barrier shelter and was established downtown. Next slide. After a snowstorm, the town permitted a Rotary Park transit shelter to be used as a temporary homeless refuge. From that moment, it became a permanent base for illegal drug users. I gave my first delegation shortly after a disturbing encounter with 2 users there. One of them, a young man now well known in our community, had apparently just started using. Following that delegation, I met a group of supporters of the unhoused as they gathered in the lobby at Victoria Hall. In truth, they are enablers defending the illegal drug use that is wrecking our public spaces. Later, I met privately with 2 of them, mothers of addicted adult children. They had heartbreaking stories. One, a chaperone, admitted that illegal drug use had happened under her supervision at that temporary shelter. That shattered my trust. Both mothers said they'd welcome their children home, but only if rules were followed. Rules! So they demanded order in their homes, but defend chaos in mine. The newly renovated Rotary Park washrooms are now drug dens. A park staff member told me that in the morning there's often a lineup of known users waiting to get in. They occupy the washrooms for hours and leave only when bylaw or police intervene. Paramedics have been forced to wait for bylaw to unlock the doors. This isn't homelessness. This is unchecked public drug use. How many more EMS calls for illegal drug use will it take before someone with a different medical emergency pays with their life? Or has some life paid already? Cobourg has provided more support than any town in Northumberland, and in return, escalating entitlement and public disorder. Meanwhile, families avoid the park, businesses suffer, residents live in fear, and taxpayers foot the bill. Flight attendants tell us, put your own oxygen mask on first. Save yourself in order to save others. Well, Cobourg is going down, and we must protect residents and businesses or get dragged down with the drug-fueled chaos. Perhaps it's even time to declare a state of emergency. Next. Here are some recommendations to consider. Locally, set up a task force to regularly monitor the waterfront washrooms, playground, and Lions Pavilion day and night. Empower the 310 Division Security to do more. Establish a visible presence, a bylaw desk or a tourist hub inside the Rotary Park Transit Shelter. Consider pay-per-use washrooms to deter misuse. Northumberland County should convert 310 Division into a sober, high-barrier facility. Share the responsibility of housing, mental health, and addiction services across all Northumberland towns. And ensure that Northumberland County and Council ensure that their approach is fair and non-partisan. For the province, build a rural rehab facility away from downtowns and main streets. Give the people who are able to get off of it a chance. One day last December, the young man I mentioned earlier was hanging around the Frink washrooms. I was surprised to see him, since I'd heard that he'd been given a spot in the Cobourg Rehab Center. So I took him a hot chocolate and a snack and asked what happened. He told me he wasn't ready. Well, I thought, that's not fair. We're ready. We're ready to have our public spaces back, free from the havoc being wreaked by illegal drug use. Many of us have poured our life savings into our homes here. We just want to walk our dogs, watch our kids play, share coffee on a park bench. This isn't about lacking compassion, but compassion doesn't mean surrendering public spaces to chaos. The normalization of illegal drug use in our parks and streets must stop. Cobourg must draw the line before we lose this town entirely. I have to do this last slide, I'm sorry. Let me tell you what happened on May 29th. At 8:20 in the morning, I saw that same young man, now deeply addicted, slumped outside the washrooms. Other users came and went all day. By late afternoon, that young man and others were blatantly using at a picnic table, and I'd had enough. I called the police and began recording. This is an audio clip of my encounter as I was threatened by one of those drug users.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or start running.
The police have been called, they're on their way.
I'm fucking caught, bitch.
The police are...
You're going to fucking jail!
Yes, that's me screaming as their behavior escalated. I'm constantly on edge. My eyes and ears are wide open. This is not acceptable, and it's time we stop pretending it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have number 3, Jeff Crowley.
My name is Jeff Crowley, and I'm the co-owner of Cosmic, located directly across from 310 Division. I'd like to apologize because what you're about to see is deeply disturbing. But it's the most honest way to convey the underreported chaos that some 310 residents have created in our community. This is a restrained version of what we witness daily at our clinic. There are literally hours of tape that are far more graphic. All of the footage directly involves clients of 310, which can be substantiated by our security video. The chaos on this video is why we call police, bylaw, and security 1 to 5 times per day. All of the behaviors are contrary to 310's code of conduct and what it means to be a good neighbor. There is a clear pattern of increased chaotic behaviors on our property since the expansion of emergency services from Chapel to 310 Division. This is a fact. This isn't merely growing pains over the last 7 months. This is the lived experience of our neighborhood for the last 7 years, who have repeatedly pleaded for help. We have had a member of 310 Security directly tell us this facility was a dangerous decision. Churches have hired security with drones and dogs. And just last week, a second professional counseling service, neighboring 310, right across the road, picked up and left town. Why? All because of the mayhem created by 310. This is what a supersized emergency shelter looks like when it overwhelms a small town. You tell me on this video if this is working. This is one of the many drug deals in our parking lot. This is my wife and daughter leaving the clinic last week.
What are you doing? Get out of here. This isn't my business. What are you doing? Are you kidding me? Are you just stop doing it? Come on. on, man. This is my business. What are you doing?
Guess what, people? We're all going to be going into this place soon. We're going to tell them to get the fuck out. We're going to call the police. We're going to have them get the fuck out. Okay? We're going to have the fire department back me up. Okay?
Raise the barrier.
Speaker number 4, Linda Cardy. Linda Cardy.
Okay, those are tough acts to follow, that's for sure. I was told that this was going to be something to tell how 310 has affected my life. When I moved to Coburg 10 years ago from Toronto, I moved from Toronto because the crime and the drugs and the drug-related homelessness was getting out of control, and I just felt after spending my entire life in Toronto, it was time to move. I found Coburg, fell in love with Coburg, and thought I had found my forever home. Well, it seems a few years ago, all hell broke loose. Homelessness increased, drugs and crime increased, and why was that? Well, people will just say it was the times. But that definitely coincided with, actually after the pandemic, but people seemed lost. People started coming to Coburg, from what I understand, from all outlying areas, Oshawa, Peterborough, all over, and not just Coburgians. Watching a town hall meeting or some meeting where Mayor Cleveland said it's about 50-50 from Coburg, he was corrected. No, it's 55 from Coburg and 44 from out of town. Excuse me, really? So, how has it affected me? I live beside Rotary Park. Rotary Park was one of those gems that we could go out in the summer, picnic tables, families came in and had picnics, and the kids played, and the Frink was going, and the creek was there. It was just lovely. Then, again, all hell broke loose. Picnic tables were commandeered by the people who would sit around on them and do their drugs and yell and scream, leave their garbage and paraphernalia all over, and leave. We, in the building, decided enough of this, and we moved all the picnic tables out of Rotary Park one night, and it kind of solved the problem. The other day, there was one picnic table left in Rotary Park, and they had brought it right down, almost into the creek. I should say the creek had been almost denuded last year because there was so much vegetation around it. People were sleeping in there. They were doing their drugs in there. They were bathing in the creek. They were defecating in that area. It had to be cut down, which is a shame because it was a beautiful area. But this picnic table had been brought right down to the creek, and again, there was 2 guys there all day. They left garbage, needles, foil, all kinds of stuff left around. You never see a family with kids in that park anymore. They just don't come. They're afraid. I take my dog, we take our dogs through there just to walk them, and
2 minutes.
we have, thank you. We have to be very careful because you don't know what you're going to run into. Our building in the last 3 years has been broken into 3 times into the garage. 6 or 7 bicycles have been stolen. We've spent thousands of dollars to upgrade our security system with cameras and with upgraded security locks. Thousands, which we didn't need to spend. We even had one woman somehow get into the building prior to this and just wandered the hallways, checking all the doors to see who was open so that she could go in and steal. Thankfully, there was people home, so she just said, "Oh, I'm sorry, in the wrong apartment." Though just about a month ago, we had another break-in. 3 bicycles were stolen. This time, our videos showed the faces. Police caught them. They've been arrested. Yay! My compassion is running out. I do have compassion for these people, but my compassion is for the people who came to Cobourg, promised services to help them, and when they got here, there was none available. So now where are they? They're on the streets, back to where they started. I hate being held hostage in my own paradise. I hate the fact that Cobourg is now worse than Toronto was 10 years ago. Thank you.
Next we have Bruce Belair. Bruce Belair.
Okay, is that okay, Brent? Good evening, my name is Bruce Belair. I'm a resident of Cobourg, and thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. First became aware of 310 Division when my mother moved there when it was the Cobourg Retirement Residence. She lived there for 8 years, so I had lots of opportunity to explore the building. When the facility closed as a retirement residence, I had to move her to another facility. It was a difficult move because she was 102 years old and not easy for her to make that change. I mentioned to a few people at the time that I hoped the building would not be demolished, that with its 40-something one-room suites, each with private bathrooms, I could see it being repurposed as a shelter or transitional housing. So I was pleased when the county bought the building and used it for that purpose. We've been seeing tonight a lot of terrible incidents. We know that there have been very many serious incidents and they're far too frequent. Clearly something needs to change. However, I'd still like not to give up on 310. I'm really hoping that Transition House staff, working with county staff, can continue to work diligently to find creative solutions, which may include changing the model of who lives in the shelter. I asked town staff, and particularly the CPS, to continue to work cooperatively with Transition House and the county, and I asked the community to be patient where possible while we work through these issues. There's clearly no easy answer to our housing problems and no easy answer to our opioid crisis. Municipalities cannot solve them by themselves, so I would ask people to consider petitioning our local MPP and our MPP to let them know the seriousness and the fact that the municipalities need their extra support. Thank you.
Next we have Vivian Van Hazel. Vivian Van Hazel. Okay, no problem. Yep. Missy McLean.
Is that okay? Thank you. Good evening. Thank you to town staff and council for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Missy McLean. I'm a registered social worker and I live and work in Cobourg. Much of the work I do in this community, both paid and volunteer, is in service of people who are unhoused, people who are living in poverty, people who are experiencing violence, live with neurodivergence, mental health distress, or both, and people who use criminalized drugs. A significant number of the people I work with and serve are also service users of Transition House, past and present. My understanding of the purpose of tonight's town hall is to provide a forum for community members, including immediate neighbors of 310 Division Street and business owners in the downtown area, to share how they've benefited from the opening of the new Transition House, or how they may be feeling negatively impacted by the relocation and expansion of emergency shelter services. I felt compelled to attend this evening and deliver a delegation in order to make an offering for consideration and reflection to everyone who is here or watching online. And my main offering is this: we're not being asked the right question. The question we should be grappling with is not how the relocation and expansion of emergency shelter services is impacting our community. Instead, we should be talking about the ways in which our community is being impacted by the ongoing, rapidly increasing, organized abandonment of our municipalities by the provincial government. Organized abandonment, for those not familiar with the term, refers to the intentional disinvestment in communities that leads to the disappearance of safe housing, reliable jobs, healthy food, and a social safety net. We are living under conditions created by the provincial government that pit lower and upper tier municipalities against each other, cultivate fear and scarcity mindset amongst residents, and that perpetuates scapegoating of not just marginalized neighbors, but the organizations that serve them as well. As a frontline worker within our social services sector, I can tell you that the very visible suffering and distress that we are witnessing on the streets of Cobourg, which seemingly rise and worsen daily, do not exist because Transition House finally moved into a building that is significantly more suitable for its purpose and can accommodate more people. The very visible suffering and distress is the result of years, in fact decades, of underfunding and dismantling of our province's social safety net. And we must be very clear that responsibility for this erosion of our social safety net lies with successive provincial governments and not with Transition House, its staff, volunteer board, or service users. In this moment, we need to see the expansion and addition of supports and services rather than diminishing options or shuttering them altogether. In addition to the distress we see in our streets, we have been bearing witness to our upper and lower tier municipalities, leadership and residents struggling under the weight of the province's downloading of responsibilities without adequate or commensurate funding and resources. Why are we not coming together to demand that the province, MPP David Piccini, and the Ford government make urgent, meaningful investments in not-for-profit, affordable housing, accessible and expansive health care, and increased social assistance rates that actually allow people to live above the poverty line? The truth is that Mr. Piccini and Mr. Ford are laughing at us. They have fooled us into seeing each other as the enemy, while no one holds them accountable for actively constructing conditions in which we must witness the struggle and survival of so many of our neighbors. Instead of delivering actions, policies, and investments that would actually address the root causes of this suffering, these elected officials instead fast-track expensive, short-sighted, and ineffective legislation that asks us to criminalize and abandon the most marginalized among us, if not outright demands it. Scholar and geographer Ruth Gilmore Wilson teaches us that where life is precious, life is precious. As a community, we must reject policies and approaches that ask us to abandon any of our neighbors. Transition House service users are a diverse population. They are young adults and they are seniors. They are members of families. They are not just people who use criminalized drugs, but they are also people with addictions, people with chronic pain, people with neurodivergences, people with complex trauma. And yet the shelter is forced to operate as if folks can leave these parts of their existence at the door. And some members of our community expect people who do not have the luxury of privacy or even simple shelter indoors to contain these parts of their existence to avoid any disruption or discomfort. There is so much more context that is missing from our discussions of what is ailing our community. It was always known that even in a bigger building, Transition House was never going to be able to meet the needs or accommodate all of the people who need emergency shelter in our community.
Time.
Number 9, Jonathan Allen. Jonathan Allen.
First off, I want to thank everybody for coming today. It's great to see Coburg here trying to figure out this problem. I'm going to be honest, I didn't want to come here. I own the Grubby Barbershop. I've been downtown for about 6 years. I like to do my complaining within those walls. But it's gotten to the point now where the downtown has changed. I have a long history with homeless, with the addicted. We've helped them out. We've done passes. When there was the encampment, they'd come down, we'd help them out, we'd get you fixed up, but we knew who the people were. We knew what they were doing and why. 7 months ago, when 310 went in, it emboldened them to the point that I don't even offer haircuts anymore. I still have deals worked out with some of the social workers where they'll come and they'll say, hey, you know, Joe's working on something, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about fixing the opioid crisis. I'm talking about the tone has changed, right? There is the helpful. My wife is from here. I didn't grow up here, my wife did. When I first opened the shop, she knew everybody. She knew their stories too, good and bad. And she could say, hey, that's Joe. He used to be a basketball player. He used to be a great guy. And she knew his journey. We knew he had a leg accident. And then that got him on the opioids, and that's why he was there. The people I see now, it's not the same. They're not our town people. These are people from other places. These are people, in my opinion, through posture, through behavior, they're looking for something. They're looking for that fight, right? They want to establish who they are, and they're making it so we're not feeling comfortable, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't want to come tonight. I like to go to my job, and I like to go home. I didn't want to come here and speak to everybody, but I can't even do my job comfortably. Sorry, say again? Oh, no problem. I can't even do my job comfortably. I can't even help people because I don't know what it's gonna be. One day we're out back having cigarettes before work. It's what you do. It's a busy day. All of a sudden, somebody comes out of my basement. Well, why are they in my basement? And then another person comes out. So then I call the non-emergency number. I don't want to create a fuss. And as they're coming out, they're calling me every name in the book. They're illegally, and then I call the police. So now I have 2 armed police officers on a Saturday coming through my business. Guns and everything. And we're a family business. It's a $20 haircut. I want the whole family. But now I got to look at the 3-year-old, the 4-year-old, right? And then the other day, so I got them coming through. And then the police come, God love them, they did a great job. Now they're being yelled at and being called names. You're breaking and entering. You've destroyed my door. And now you're getting mad at me. This is the disconnect that I have. Come in the next day, my whole window is covered in saliva. Again, I'm cleaning it. I'm gonna move on. Another day, I got a little guy sitting in my chair. He's getting a haircut, okay? Look over, there's a gentleman relieving himself across the road, right? I wanna help people. I wanna do haircuts. I wanna get people cleaned up. I wanna help people. But I don't wanna explain to the 3-year-old why there's a guy with his wiener out across the road. That's not appropriate, right? The teenagers from the high school, because they know me and it's a regular thing, they come in to hide from these people. Like, that's what I'm saying, you guys. You don't know. I don't even wanna be here. But the teenagers know what crack smells like. Oh, hey, Johnny, that's crack. We better go north instead of going south. And that's not right. That's where you lose me, right? We talk about a community. We talk about being together. We need the people who need the help need to be part of the community. And by that, we need to hold everybody to a standard. The community needs to change to adapt to help these people, but the people who need the help need to adapt also. And that's where we're losing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
a point. When you're making your presentation, not yourself, Jonathan, thank you, but you're going to be speaking actually to the councillors sort of through me, because this is the council meeting and you're making the deposition to the council. So appreciate if you could face this way.
Next we have Hillary Allen.
Good evening. 18 months ago, I delegated with my husband in front of Northumberland County Council, pleading for pause. The purchase of 310 had just been announced, and we knew exactly what it meant for the future of our town. Our concerns were dismissed, this terrible plan was set into motion, and now here we are, in the place we knew we would one day be. 310 Division was chosen simply because it was available. It was up for sale and institutionally zoned, period. The facility was dropped into the highest density residential and commercial district in the county, directly on the main artery to our downtown and the hub of small business commerce in Cobourg. There is no green space, there is no buffer between neighboring properties. The smoking section is 15 feet from the bedroom windows of condo neighbors. There isn't an urban planner on the planet that would put this facility in this location. The county chose this location with little regard for the population they serve, a highly vulnerable group, many with severe addictions and mental health conditions. When you place people with very little control over their behavior in a highly visible, highly trafficked location, you create risk. Not just for them, but for all of us. The Chapel Street location had 22 beds and was already too much to manage, with our neighborhood advocating for change since 2018. Now at 4 times the capacity, it is almost impossible for daily life outside of the facility to operate normally. And this does not just affect neighbors of 310, but all Cobourg residents. Now the biggest failure is the model itself. 310 houses an emergency low barrier shelter, a 24/7 drop-in hub and transitional housing, 3 very different programs with 3 different populations all under one roof, 1 entrance, 1 elevator, 1 smoking area. It's chaotic and entirely unsupported by best practices. It's a one-size-fits-all approach that was fundamentally flawed from day one. This is a lose-lose model. The residents who are working to get on their feet are in a high-stress environment. Those in active addiction and mental health crisis are not supported properly and are on public display. Even those who complete rehab are often sent right back to 310. The 24/7 hub is a magnet for drugs, fights, and noise issues and has earned the name Club 310 by the neighbors. The county's own data show that almost half the people using the hub aren't even from Northumberland. And the low barrier model does not work here, as the lack of rules and basic expectations are not cohesive with a busy neighborhood where order and respect are required to function. We are now up to 2 neighboring businesses that have left and moved their professional practices to Port Hope.
2 minutes.
I'm going to repeat that one. 2 businesses in the last 4 months have moved to a different town because of their experiences being a neighbor of 310. So what's it gonna be? You wanna keep the model? Fine. Then the location and size won't work. Move shelter services to a better suited, secure site and repurpose 310 for workforce housing or low-income seniors home. You wanna keep the location and size? Fine. Then the model needs to change. Raise the barrier and move the 24/7 hub. Make 310 a place where vulnerable people can stabilize and neighbors and businesses can function. But you can't have both to make it work. It doesn't have to be a perfect win-win, but it has to be fair. And right now it's anything but fair. The county will tell you things will be worse if the model changes, but we all know it's already really bad and there are sound alternatives. We are at a crossroads and we need to pivot now. Officials say not all the visible disorder is tied to 310, but those of us who live and work here know the faces and patterns. Please stop the spin. The rhetoric that Cobourg must be the hub for social services needs to stop. It's time to share the responsibility and the impact. most services offered at 310 are mobile and can follow a shelter location. The Mayor of Port Hope rightly asked at a meeting this winter, when do we start talking about not only the distribution of services, but the distribution of the burden? Now is the right time. I hope the decision makers are really listening tonight. These are not our perceptions, as you continually quote in your reports. These are our realities, and it is time to accept it and move forward. I believe many would agree. I would rather have elected leaders evaluate information and change their minds about a path than leaders who have the inability to change minds despite overwhelming evidence of the contrary. There is no room for willful blindness when businesses are clearly at risk, resident safety is compromised, and we have vulnerable people that deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Chance Brown. Michael Chance Brown.
Good evening, hey guys, council, staff, mayor, friends, family, peers. I just have one thing to say. 216, that's the amount of days the transition house has been open in the new facility, and there's still a person sitting in the warming room waiting to get in that's lived in this town for many years. I could talk for a lot of things right now, but 216 days, and that's counting.
Next we have James Beeson.
Good evening, everyone. We have 5 minutes to go through, so I'm going to get started. My name is James Bisson. I am a business owner, financial planner. I've also been involved in a whole lot of different organizations in the town of Cobourg. I've raised 4 children here, own a home here, and I'm here this evening, despite my disturbance of the delegations that we've heard so far, to give you a financial update as to exactly what 310 division has cost. Next slide, please. On the capital side, this is the amount of money that we've thrown in to open that facility. We are talking about just shy of $5 million to get 310 open. And there you have by columns various bed counts. At a 45 bed count, that means it cost us $107,000 in capital costs for beds alone. That is not including any services rendered. That is not including the direct impact to local community services in Cobourg. That is not counting the fact that we have police, fire, bylaw, and all the other things. That is just a capital cost, $100,000. And you'll notice that those columns, as they go, the more people you have, the lesser the cost. So this is an expansionary game in regards to the bureaucrats at the county. It'll lower that cost and justify it. You need more people. Next slide, please. On an operating cost perspective, at 45 beds, we are looking at an additional approximately $47,000 a year in annual costs per bed. Now, they'll come out and say that in reality, there's the warming room and transition houses, and this is all of this other stuff. But if we try to eliminate the problem by lowering the amount of people in that facility, the cost continues to go up. If we only have 35 people, it costs $60,000 per person. And if we have 50 of them, the cost becomes more cost apparent. The name of the game at the county is to load up as many people as possible to justify the cost. Next slide, please. Over the last 2 years that I've been involved in this file, and boy, out of everybody in this room, I've probably spent more time on this than I care to mention. Ask my wife, she'll tell you. I've been busy with this file, and I can honestly say at this point in time that there are certain individuals that get thumbs up, and there are certain individuals that get thumbs down. And as we move into the next year of a 2-year crisis, when we're going into our 3rd, as of July of last year, that's when we started shutting down drug houses, And as per the conversation with my chief of police, who wasn't here this evening, we have no drug houses in Cobourg as of the moment. None. I had one in my neighborhood, Battelle got shut down. Another one got set up last year. Took 3 months to shut that one down. If there are drug houses in Cobourg, rest assured, according to the chief, and I've been watching him for the last 6 months, he intends to shut them down. One thing's for certain, we are making progress from -10 to 0, and now we got to move the needle forward. This whole idea of restarting a conversation at the county level in regards to the purpose of 310 is asinine. We are committed now to have that shelter open, and I want every homeless person to be sheltered and get recovery. I want every business owner to operate in full, and I want every citizen of Cobourg to get value for money for their taxes and go home at night where they can be at peace. Everybody's got to win. Next slide, please.
1 minute.
As of now, we have strong mayor powers in the province of Ontario. Those 5 points are what strong mayor powers do, and our mayor is eligible to exercise those powers in the town of Cobourg. I've been a student of history ever since I was a kid, and I specialize in one thing. I've watched a lot of dictators go by, and I'm telling you right now, Lucas, if you don't use those powers appropriately, I will not stand for it, because there is one thing I hate more than organized crime, and that is a dictator. Thank you.
Next, we have Jackie Knox.
Thank you for organizing this meeting. First, we'd like to clear up a misconception. We are not haters. We are not the KKK. We have empathy for people who, by no fault of their own, find themselves homeless. What we have is an issue with the ones who play the system and are counseled on how to do that. We would appreciate if the two well-known advocates would stop driving people from Peterborough. Lots of new faces in town. I am sorry to say that our once beautiful and welcoming downtown is looking sad. Garbage, dog feces, human feces, open drug use, open dealing, discarded clothes, drug paraphernalia. Henley Arcade smells of urine. I used to go for early morning walks, 6 a.m. Don't do that anymore. Can't use the washrooms, can't go to the bank, can't leave anything out. I carry a personal alarm with me. 310 was forced on the citizens of Cobourg. It was a done deal before we even knew about it. People who live by 310 can't get a decent sleep. Kids can't be kids. 310 must be a high barrier, sober living, safe operation. To help people get back on their feet, hand up, not hand out. If the county wants a low barrier shelter, might I suggest Brighton or Colborne? Cobourg is tired. Cobourg is tired and we are fed up. The county has to stop ignoring the concerns and complaints of the citizens of Cobourg. Also would be great if county councillors would acknowledge emails. Thank you.
Next we have Ron Hyatt. Ron Hyatt.
Good evening. I am here to address you from personal experiences. I live on Orange Street, about a 10-minute walk from 310. And I experienced things there from overflow from 310. I've actually had a couple individuals that have passed out on my porch. And when I go out, I see them there. And I yell at them to get up. And they get up and they try to break into my apartment. Do I have to put up with this? No. So I go to push back, well, you know, because these guys are like 100 pounds, maybe 120. Big guy like me, but when they're amped up on drugs, they're strong as bulls. I think that the 310, as others have said, is in the wrong area. But it was a done deal. As Jackie before me said, it was a done deal. Citizens of Coburg had no say. Where was the public consultation? Does anybody remember a public consultation? No. That was a slap in our face. Why? It's like the county doesn't care. There's several county councilors that have said, oh, there's no problem. Have they actually been in Coburg at night and seen the problems? Maybe in the daytime, there isn't as much, but at night, banks are closed. They have to lock the doors. You know, you can't access an ATM. Why? Because of the undesirables hanging out. You know, is that fair to customers that they can't access their ATMs? The elderly are afraid to walk downtown. A lot of these are people that have been in our community years and years and years, that have a history of this town. But they're too afraid to walk downtown. Why? Why should these individuals be allowed to override our town and make it so that businesses are suffering, the elderly are afraid to walk downtown? You know, it's disgusting. And our beach should be our prime jewel of the town, aside from Victoria Hall. But people are afraid to go to the beach. Do you want your child going on the playground and getting stuck by a needle?
2 minutes.
No. And I'm going to say right now, these people that enable these ones for 310, shame on you. Shame on each one of you. This town's logo is a feel safe town. We're going to do all we can to make this town safe again. We're not backing down. And I want county and the enablers to know that. Thank you.
Next to Brett Newell.
Hi everyone, my name is Brett Newell. I've been a resident here in Coburg for 3 years. I live half a block away from 310 Division and Transition House. During this time, I've had a front row seat to the chaos these facilities have caused our community. I want to state loud and clear to everyone here tonight, all of us care and recognize the problem with the homeless situation across Canada, how it has evolved for the worst over the last few years. Not enough housing, rising housing prices, large amounts of cheap, dangerous drugs available, causing unprecedented levels of substance abuse issues. We all agree that action needs to be taken at multiple levels to do whatever can be done, helping and assisting these individuals to find shelter, getting jobs, and taking care of themselves. Properly planned, properly organized, professionally and humanely, in a fast and fiscally responsible way. We, the residents in the historic downtown community of Coburg, are not just dealing with individuals from all across the 2,000 square kilometers of Northumberland County. We're additionally getting individuals from outside the county as well, documented from as far away as Niagara Falls, if not further. Here's some of the multiple issues and problems we're dealing with having this facility in the heart of our community. It's in the heart of a residential community with residents and children everywhere, in including a public elementary school and playground a block away. It's also about the individuals coming into our community, those who are denied access because of their issues. Then they hang around our neighborhood looking for shelter, and the situation only gets worse. Some with loaded grocery carts, suitcases, and multiple knapsacks. 310 Division Street residents are allowed to bring their toxic hard drugs into the facility and put them in their lockers. They're not allowed to do them at the facility or anywhere on the extremely small parking lot outdoor space. They have to go into our community to use them. There's drugs and drug paraphernalia all over the green spaces and on our streets. We all lose or misplace things, but when someone is intoxicated, that multiplies substantially. Losing toxic, dangerous drugs is happening and will continue to happen. And it's only a matter of when, not if, a child is severely injured or they lose their life because they pick up or touch something as dangerous as fentanyl. 310 Division is on one of the busiest streets in Cobourg, the prime access from the highway to the popular tourist attractions, Cobourg's East Beach and historic downtown. How soon before one of the tranquilized, intoxicated, or distressed individuals gets hit by a car and is severely injured? Is this helping them? There's not a blade of grass at this facility. Sending the residents off into the community, drug dealers have access to the residents as they come and go. Is this helping them? In a green space, drugs and dealers would be curtailed and have limited or minimal access to the residents with security. Having smaller or several smaller buildings on the property could help separate the different levels of needs for the residents. The residents should have recreational facilities, volleyball, basketball, and maybe even baseball.
2 minutes.
If you cannot find it, build it somewhere in the 2,000 square kilometers of Northumberland County. Changing this to a sober facility will not resolve anything. The screening process is difficult and will not work a lot of the time. Bartenders are not psychic. They cannot tell how many drinks a lot of people have had, and neither would the staff be able to tell if someone is using or not all the time. Same with the individuals and whatever level of mental health issues they have. The staff are not trained medical experts to triage and diagnose how serious the individual's situation is, and if they should be at this facility with the other residents or walking the streets. 3 weeks ago, a resident was doing his hard drugs on the street in front of my house. Immediately after, he pulled a hammer out of his knapsack and started smashing the rocks in the green space and on the sidewalk and bridge. At first, it seemed really strange, but then it became creepy and dangerous. Not only was he high and intoxicated, but he's walking the streets of Cobourg with a hammer. Police arrived, they removed him, and he walked back to 310 Division. I golfed last Tuesday with a gentleman I met for the first time. He lives in the downtown area. He told me he has to pull his kids into the house when these individuals are hanging around his property. My neighbor has to do this regularly as well, and sadly, they are not allowed to play in the Green Space Creek area 30 feet away because it's too dangerous as documented. What the hell is going on? Parents have to pull their kids into the house now in Cobourg. We hear issues the beach area residents are having, but here in the property surrounding this facility, we don't feel safe in our own homes. This is causing health issues for us. We're stressed out. We're not sleeping regularly, wondering when we have to deal with someone confronting us on our property or in our homes. Putting the shelter in the heart of a residential community was a massive mistake. Transition House
Time.
Transition House, just about finished. Transition House was already creating dangerous health and safety issues for our community prior to this large facility expansion, 310 Division Street. As I stated in my letter, with videos and photos to Northumberland County councillors and senior executives on April 29th, this facility needs to close and move to a green space immediately. Thank you.
Rick Lumpkin. Rick Lumpkin.
Test. Thanks. Thank you for organizing and hosting the event tonight. We appreciate the chance to have our voices heard. Hopefully we can move forward towards resolutions that balances all the needs of people involved. I live on Chapel Street, and I have for over 25 years. In the past 7 years, we've dealt with the old location of Transition House operating as a low-barrier emergency shelter. Moving from Chapel Street to 310 Division has very little changed except the location and the size. In fact, there's very little transition that happens. We see the same people for years, and it's sad to see them decline. The average stay in a shelter is 6 months. The average return to the shelter is 6 times. Think about that. We now have the same people in our neighborhood for 3 years, off and on. 60% have mental health issues. 61% have substance issues. In my mind, that makes our shelter more of a mental health and drug issue center than a housing center. This mental health and drug use problem element of 310 is a huge problem. I have a building across the road, directly across the road, just north of Cossack. I have a commercial customer in there that I'm worried she's going to leave. There's extra costs for her to run her business. There's heckling of her customers. There's customers too scared to come back. There's open drug use. There's Narcan resuscitations on the sidewalk. There's garbage and drug paraphernalia. There's loud groups in the streets at 2 a.m. Tenants are waking to loud screams and foul language. Street people are continually challenging the doors and locks and windows on the building. A very serious concern for customers and staff and tenants. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that what happens when a mentally ill drug addict is given a free place to stay in Coburg. Something bad, very bad, will happen. It cannot be allowed to go on. This is a very serious and dangerous situation. Something needs to be done now. Raise the barrier, get rid of the 24-hour center. I'm all for 310 being a shelter for those that need a home, and who doesn't want to help? I'm not for it being a mental health drug center, and downtown Coburg is not a place for that.
Eric Kevinstad.
Good evening, everyone. 10 years ago, my wife and I had decided to move to Coburg, which we had found to be a nice small town. And where do we live? On Buck Street, which is, as many of you know, is the east side is actually going on to Division Street and facing the Transition House. So what have we experienced? Very much of what has been discussed today, or been informed us today. We've had break-in attempts when it comes to the garage, backyard, and so on. It's happened twice. We managed to get rid of the people that were trying to do this. We've had drug consumption on our property. We've had drug consumption opposite our house. So in the whole area there is going on. And what is extremely sad is that, and this is recurring, is that you see people lying more or less, lifeless on the sidewalks, on the bridge across the stream, and sometimes we need to call to get them help. And so we feel unsafe, and so does the other residents, I'm sure, on the street as well. And we hope that something can be done that will rectify this somehow. Thank you.
Tony and Deborah Jackson.
thank you for inviting this meeting this evening. Okay. We feel we've been wronged. Our planned place of residence has been assaulted by the decision of the county to place a homeless shelter next door. Silence is no longer an option for us. We have lived at 18 Chapel Street for the past 4 years. And now more than ever, since Transition House moved from Chapel Street to Division Street, our quality of life has become intolerable and overwhelming. What began as occasional disturbances has grown into a relentless situation that has utterly drained us emotionally and in recent months caused us to question the safety of this neighborhood. I want to share with you some of the facts of living in such close proximity to Transition House. We have experienced and witnessed the following both day and night: open drug use and drug deals, public urination and defecation, screaming, fighting and disturbing behavior, loitering behind buildings, in the laneway and near our bedroom windows, constant filth, noise and unpredictability, stolen property. Our car has been urinated on. We've had 2 attempted break-ins caught on security camera. One woman, a known resident at 10 Chapel Street, would scream obscenities for great lengths of time, both day and night. This has been going on for years. When we spoke to Transition House staff, we were told she's having a bad day. And they'd said there's nowhere else for her to go. That's not a solution. Despite our constant efforts to seek support from authorities and relief from this chaotic situation, our concerns haven't seen much action. We've called police, called security, filed reports, and even obtained a restraining order on one gentleman. But nothing changes, and it's enough. We recognize the needs of those experiencing homelessness are complex and urgent. They deserve real support and a path to healing. But what's happening at Division Street doesn't appear to reflect that mission. Given everything we've experienced, how can we believe this shelter is helping anyone when so much harm is spilling into the surrounding community? Coburg is carrying this burden alone. There are no other shelters in the surrounding townships. Coburg's reputation is deteriorating. Now that it's on Division Street, we live even closer. The residents' congregation area is located by 2 picnic tables behind the dumpsters at the east end of the laneway in front of 310 Division Street, approximately 20 feet away from our bedroom windows. We are concerned that this space is being used by random visitors off the street as well. They party, argue, smoke, and shout late into the night and into the early mornings, sometimes from 3 a.m. Our sleep is interrupted. We can't open our windows because of the smoking. And after multiple break-in attempts, we no longer feel safe in our own home.
2 minutes.
My wife's breaking point came just 2 weeks ago. She saw 2 women openly using drugs in the parking lot at 10 Chapel Street, a common sight these days. She called security in tears, and as she walked to meet the security guards, the women smiled and said, "Have a nice day," but once the guards arrived, they screamed insults and threats at her. She was too afraid to go home. A neighbor had to take her in until she felt safe. This is not the Coburg we originally moved to. Alongside these facts, I want to share that we are anxious and exhausted. This has been going on for too long. We're ashamed to invite our friends. Our children no longer want to stay with us. Our home is no longer a place of comfort. It is no longer a place we are proud to own. We cannot claim to care about community while ignoring the residents who are now fearful of what each day might bring. We need you to understand that. We cannot live like this anymore. Please hear us. Please act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for tonight. The one thing that I really want to talk about that's being completely overlooked is that there is a primary school less than 500 meters away from 310 Division Street that my kids attend. It's only Catholic French school. Can you hear me? Okay, it's only Catholic French school in Northumberland. So I have no choice. I can't move my children. That school cannot move. And they are experiencing this violence every day. So what the stories that we're hearing, our children are experiencing. And this is deeply concerning. And I believe that this has just been overlooked. With 310 going in that location right from the beginning, they never really considered that there was a school so close to this location. There's been 2 incidents that have been deeply disturbing. One was in March, on March 25th. A resident of 310 Division came to the school, and there's a lower part of the fence in the parking lot, and she called kids over. So the kids came over, not sure who she was, but you know, kids are kids, and when an adult's calling kids over, they came over. Then she had a Bible underneath her arm, rocks in her hand, and threw rocks at the children, calling them the N-word. And my children are black. My daughter was so scared. This is not the first racial incident that she's experienced in Cobourg. She ran and hid in the bathroom of the school. So that alone should just shut it down. And then just a few weeks later, the week of April 14th, another incident took place. It didn't have the racial component, but very similar, where a resident of 310 Division came to the fence. This time it was a larger part of the fence over by the kindergarten yard, called kids over. Thankfully, the teachers caught it sooner and then had to get that person removed. But the kids are witnessing this. They're witnessing the drugs every day. They're witnessing the violence every day. I can't walk my kids to school anymore. It's not the town that I grew up in. I was born in Cobourg and wanted to raise my children in this town for safety, and it's not safe. It's safer for me to go take my kids to Toronto than it is to raise my children in Cobourg. The vacant garage that's not on my property but beside my property is regularly used to do drugs. So then there's all the drug paraphernalia around it as well. But I think that's kind of a side note. I think just the fact that there's a school 450 meters away from 310 Division, that it just needs to be shut down. Like that's it.
2 minutes.
Okay. I think that's the strongest point. I just want to really, there's a school 450 meters away. And this is what our kids are experiencing every day. And it's a primary school. Okay, thank you.
Roger Forner.
I've lived and worked in Northumberland County for 17 years. Most of that time, most of that residence time was in Port Hope and Hamilton Township, but I've been in Cobourg for the last 2 years. I'm currently living on Havelock Street, adjacent to St. Michael's Church and School, so perfect segue from the last presentation. So I moved into the area in late July. I moved into the neighborhood just before the residence at 413 Division Street was closed down. That's highlighted in red at the top end of the photo. The former residents and associates of that address with substance use struggles impacted the neighborhood in negative ways. It was obvious from the day I moved in. And then following closure of the residence, in question that's highlighted in red, the quality in the neighborhood sort of immediately improved, but that was short-lived because the purchase of 310 Division Street was announced shortly thereafter. So in February 2024, I initiated some dialogue with county staff prior to the opening of 310 to get some ideas on sort of what the neighborhood crime mitigation plans were specific to the substance use for those particular clients, and all the related illegal activities that would accompany those types of activities. The follow-up communications received from county staff were dismissive and disregarded concerns and experiences that had been seen at that former residence on Division Street. A number of the individuals who formerly lived there that were part of the encampment and would subsequently be clients of 310 Division Street. So it was pretty obvious to me that open drug use, associated drug sales, loitering, littering of drug paraphernalia, and addiction supporting activities, theft and the likes, would be expected in the vicinity of 310. It was also reasonable to assume that concentrating more addicts in a larger facility would exacerbate impacts that the public had already seen. There were many obvious questions that remain unanswered. For example, if 310 Division will not tolerate drug use on their own property and drug users are clients of the facility, then where would they be expected to be doing their business? That's exactly in my neighborhood. Unfortunately, following the opening of 310, the concerns have been validated. I'll touch on a couple items here in terms of personal experiences. So the photo on the left is an aerial photo of my residence is highlighted in yellow at the bottom. We have the school property and church directly across the street. The markers in question are areas where I've personally witnessed either drug use, drug sales, littered drug paraphernalia, and other concerning behaviors with the crowds that tend to frequent this particular property after hours and on weekends.
2 minutes.
Go back to the first slide, please. So the inset picture is the green space at the corner of Havelock and Division, which is most frequented by the drug users and loitering activities and the likes. And there's a stairwell at the back of that inset photo, which is on the shared school property as well, where I've observed drug use pretty regularly. Next slide, please. So this is an example of individuals that I found on the shared school church property more recently. And sorry, that is June 1st, not June 6th, that's a typo. June 1st was the date. So at the time of this photo, there were children playing in the schoolyard, playing basketball on a weekend, enjoying their time. So I called 310 security staff to come clear the area. The individual in the red shirt was visible in the open park space at Division Havelock, and they were removed. However, the individual, number 2 in the gray sweater, was kind of hiding closer to the school grounds, and the children playing basketball were exposed to this for several hours. At one point, the children came and approached me, strangers that I've never met before, and asked for a drink of water and confided in me their concerns about this particular individual in gray. I told them not to engage and that I would remain on watch while they were on premise, and made sure that they were safe from these individuals that were loitering the area. On May 4th as well, I didn't include a video because it's explicit in nature, but there's a woman who was observed entering the stairwell on the previous photo who was starting to inject drugs. Security were called, and when the individual was cleared from the premise, she became very irritated when she was interrupted in the middle of her drug business. And sitting on my front step, I could see the individual threatening the 310 security guard with bodily harm, and more specifically, threatening to stab them. And the security guard shrugged it off, which to me indicated that this is essentially a normal occurrence that they have to put up with day to day, and that's totally unacceptable.
Time.
Terry Morocco. Terry Morocco.
Support of sober living for 310. Hey everyone, I've done a lot of research on homelessness, and I want to tell you about the 4 puzzle pieces I found. The next speaker after me will give you part 2 of this. Why me? I grew up in Cobourg, left for university, and moved back here 18 years ago. Cobourg today is not the safe, feel-good town I returned to. I'm a retired elementary principal and psychotherapist. In both positions, I learned compassion, getting to the root, and prevention were essential. I hope we can all work together peacefully, no one blaming anyone, but collaborating with kindness and respect. I want to tell you about a young man I will call Dave, a 31-year-old male friend who told me about the hell he was in 3 years ago as a person who used drugs to cope with issues. Many of us have trauma. It's just the degree and the supports. His addiction forced him to quit college. His biggest blessing was his caring family who got him into rehab. He said he learned connection with community was the opposite of addiction. He believes government policies are alienating people and making it harder to get back up. Shaming is the opposite of supporting. He underlined the need to be a contributing member of a community. Dave learned he was not responsible for his addiction, but he is responsible for his recovery. Dave finished college, got his profession, is employed, and is happily engaged to be married. I want everyone who has addictions and or who is homeless to get back up again the way Dave did. Unfortunately, homeless people who are addicted to drugs and shooting up near 10 Division here in Cobourg affect us all. First puzzle piece in Cobourg is that so many of our young do not have what they need to be healthy, alive, and contributing members of our community. All of us need boundaries and to learn how to be responsible for our actions. Secondly, 3 businesses so near 310 are struggling for survival. Since 310 is low barrier, meaning people can still be addicted, drug dealers are a part of the scene. People addicted need money for their drugs, alas, some form of crime, stealing, and for kids being trafficked.
2 minutes.
Compare police reports on crime between Cobourg, where the addicted are, and Port Hope. We saw the slides. Look at our level of police activity and costs. As of June 16th, Cobourg Police will commence target open-air drug use for appropriate boundaries for drug activity. Thirdly, we've heard, this affects safety for all of us in Cobourg. Division and King Street areas are scary to walk around. Scary as well are nearby areas to creeks and ravines. I have been attacked down at the beach by a homeless person. Residents near Transition House have had their homes and properties vandalized for years. We've heard lots tonight. Fourthly, the economy of Cobourg and ultimately of the county is spiraling down in our tourist town. The news is out about our homelessness crisis. Many people avoid the downtown. House prices are down in Cobourg, drastically down near 310. EMS, firefighters, police, and medical resources are being drained. Thankfully, our mayor has been firm in standing up for Cobourg with a municipal bylaw that within 500 meters of 310, the county is responsible for servicing. Lucas is brilliant in coming up with a sober living plan. You start helping the people who are the readiest to be helped. Mercifully, at the county June 5th meeting, including the Dire 3 business reports, Northumberland is not suing the town and is now working with Cobourg. 24-hour cameras, and again tonight, have shown us that the low barrier designation didn't work. We need the higher barrier of sobriety. 310 was always about housing first, but they did not have the trauma counseling and wraparound services requisite for people still using drugs. At the 310 liaison in service, we were told 60% of homeless have addictions. Did you know most of our homeless are Caucasian men around 40? That opioid toxicity deaths, suicides are mainly men? Are men and even little boys allowed to express hurt, fear, sadness, and grief safely without being accused of weakness? And the next step.
Nancy Morocco. Nancy Morocco.
Hi, my name is Nancy. I too grew up in Coburg, where I now work as a psychotherapist. Here's part 2 from what Terry said. As she said, there has to be a step or a series of steps between sober living and jail. Following our 6 points, based on the work of addiction specialist Dr. Vincent Lamb, who is a Toronto ER doctor. Dr. Lamb identifies 4 pillars of a societal approach to addiction. These include recovery-oriented treatment, prevention, enforcement, and harm reduction. In order for us to get the support and services we need, there has to be an effective working partnership among the town, the county, the province, and the federal government. We need to develop a system of what is called wraparound services, which means a comprehensive, interconnected set of helps for people with complex issues. These services must be trauma-informed, as trauma underlies most addiction. Here in Coburg, we need a partnership with our hospital, NHH, as regards addiction supports and services. We need stable, dignified housing, skills training, where community building is part of the therapy. All of us need to be in some way contributing members of our society. There have to be suitable jobs for homeless people who are not yet ready for high barrier sober living. For example, jobs found in a farm-based community. Perhaps we could establish one such farm community somewhere in Northumberland County. A great example is Moncton's, and it's called the Humanity Project in New Brunswick. Further, we need addiction prevention strategies as part of our sober living plan, keeping in mind that the roots of adult addiction are often found in childhood and the teen years. Again, the most vulnerable to addiction are our males, beginning with boys and adolescents. Here are 6 suggestions. 1, let's support the sober living plan by redesignating 310 as housing for only those who are sober. 2, let's get going with planning for a farm-based community center for those who are addicted but wanting sobriety. For those who are not wanting sobriety, to enforce penalties for illegal drug use and related crimes. 3, research and apply for provincial and federal funding to support the development of a farm center. The deadline for federal funding applications happens to be this week. 4, coordinate with existing organizations that already assist those with addictions. Perhaps there could be an addiction center established at Northumberland Hospital. This would be best if it included addiction medicine inpatient beds.
2 minutes.
Coburg cannot be the only source of addiction services. There should be help available in all of our neighboring Northumberland communities. We need a rapid access addiction medicine same-day clinic for people suffering addiction crises. Peterborough has such a clinic on Charlotte Street. Can Northumberland share with Peterborough, or does the county need its own clinic? 5, plan for the future. That is, consider not only those who are currently addicted, but the children and teens, again especially boys, who are even now headed for addiction. Sports are wonderful, but boys and girls need more than an elite sports-oriented focus. Provide our young people with more help in learning that independence comes with responsibility, that asking for help is a good thing, a sign of strength, that it feels good to be a contributing member of society. Teach emotion regulation skills so that young people can learn how to navigate suffering without falling into addiction. Teach them how to avoid despair. Teach them hope. Thank you for this town hall. Please keep consulting with us. We have experience, we have ideas, We have wisdom and resources. We have kindness.
Allison Hughes. Allison Hughes.
Good evening. I'm here to share results from a survey conducted on the Cobourg Neighborhood Crime Watch page, which has over 4,000 members. Open from June 9th to 16th, it received 199 responses. 88% are Cobourg residents. The results are clear. Residents want action that prioritizes safety, accountability, and hope for real recovery. Let's get into them. Question 1. 65% of respondents demand stronger police enforcement in known drug use areas. Many also called for mandatory treatment programs for repeat offenders. A recurring theme in 23 additional public comments is the desire to repurpose 310 Division Street into a sober living facility. Residents do not support it operating as a low-barrier shelter. There is also strong demand to relocate the shelter out of downtown. Cobourg's downtown core cannot thrive while illegal drug use and public intoxication dominate its parks and sidewalks. There is cautious optimism that the new policing policy, which came into effect yesterday, will act as a deterrent. But questions remain. What happens when someone is clearly intoxicated after consuming drugs? Will police still search and confiscate illegal substances? Residents are exhausted, businesses are suffering, and safety is slipping. Question number 2, slide 2. 81% want stronger enforcement of existing drug laws. 76% support rapid removal of drug users and paraphernalia from public spaces, and over half want increased police and bylaw presence. Residents strongly reject safe supply and supervised consumption as being ineffective. Instead, they support mandatory addiction and mental health treatment, real jail time, and an end to catch and release. Comments also repeated the call to turn 310 Division into a sober living facility and move low-barrier shelters out of the core. Supportive housing is needed, but not without accountability. Residents are not anti-help, they're anti-chaos. Public safety must come first. Question 3. 69% of respondents said they are very dissatisfied with how authorities are addressing illegal drug use. Over 90% gave a rating of 3 or lower. Only 2% said they were very satisfied. This shows a deep lack of public confidence in the current strategy. Residents feel unsafe and unheard, but there is hope that Bills 6 and 10 will help turn the tide. If enforced consistently, these laws could restore order. But residents are watching. Now is the time for meaningful, visible change. Question 4. Slide 4. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. The most important measure, according to 63% of residents, is increasing fines and penalties. Next was improving cleanup and maintenance of public spaces, followed by installing surveillance cameras. Accessible treatment was rated very important by 41%, while public awareness campaigns were seen as the least effective. The message: focus on enforcement, cleanup, and treatment. Residents want real action, not just messaging. Question 5. Nearly 74% said the most effective strategy is mandatory rehab. Only 5% supported supervised consumption. Residents want structured, enforced treatment, not passive harm reduction. Mandatory rehab offers immediate intervention. It removes people from dangerous environments and reduces visible drug use and crime. It also provides access to detox, stabilization, and a path to recovery. A structured rehab setting can introduce counseling, skill building, and hope. Most importantly, it reflects the will of the community, enforce the law, and offer real recovery. In closing, 75 residents left written comments. Their words reflect fear, frustration, and a sense of loss. They feel unsafe downtown, avoid beaches and businesses, and are heartbroken by Coburg's decline. They are demanding decisive action, mandatory rehab or jail, zero tolerance for public drug use, real enforcement, and accountability. There is growing support to repurpose 310 Division, distribute services across the county, and remove those coming from outside Coburg to use our services.
Time.
Residents are not anti-help, they're anti-chaos. It's time for a policy shift that prioritizes public safety and recovery over enabling. It's time to act on their voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Forsyth. Ken Forsyth.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm really just speaking from my personal experience. I don't have a whole lot to add. There's other residents of our building who have spoken very eloquently about the problems that we are facing. I want to speak about the consequences of the overflow from 310 Division into our neighborhood, which is bordering the Rotary Park. Open drug use in the downtown area has been an issue. Certainly over the past 4 years, it's gotten worse, especially at our Rotary Park. It has become a place where illegal drug users feel safe to gather. People have been using the public space there as their personal living room and bathroom, often staying overnight. Bad behavior, thefts, assaults, and late-night screaming matches between individuals are very common. Verbal attacks and threats to local residents unexpectedly arise, leaving members of the public feeling disturbed and fearful. Our own security feels threatened. The public washrooms and any unattended spaces have become havens for illegal drug users. The litter and drug paraphernalia left behind is a hazard to the regular users of the park, including daycare, young mothers groups, families, and summer theater camp students. Our Coburg Police Service is a large, well-funded, and well-equipped police force relative to the size of our town. They've taken some steps to monitor the washrooms and issue trespass orders in the park, yet they often seem powerless to deal with individuals, often dealing with addiction and mental health issues, who can be disruptive and violent. Our social services seem completely overwhelmed and ineffective in providing assistance to these people. There seems to be a real social disconnect in the way enforcement is handled and relief programs are delivered. I appreciate the need to deal in an empathetic, compassionate, and respectful way with people who are suffering from poverty, dealing with adversity and addiction. But I wonder how far my compassion is supposed to extend when I am threatened, stolen from, and made to feel that my neighborhood is no longer safe to walk in. When people who do not seem able or willing to follow any rules can indulge in criminal activity and can refuse any help or accommodation that we might offer to assist them, and in the process make those of us who do follow the rules feel that our community has become unsafe. I hope that the recently announced Safer Streets program that will empower our police officers to enforce the law more effectively and truly make our streets safer, but we certainly have to be able to do better than we are doing currently. Thanks.
Keith Simpson. Keith Simpson.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. It seems to me there is a huge disconnect between Coburg's sole voice on Northumberland County Council and the way we're treated by them. In my opinion, the county brought a frivolous judicial review application in regard to the ECE bylaw of Coburg. Having practiced law for 40 years, it's my view that when someone withdraws an application, there's a prima facie case that they have to pay the cost of the people they attacked. So my question is, did Cobourg Council seek costs from the county when they withdrew their lawsuit? And if not, why not? And what was the cost to the taxpayers of Cobourg for the council they had to retain and pay to defend us in this pointless and stupid lawsuit? I'm not sure that the dilemma between the town and the county is at all resolvable. Timmins has a similar problem. They have a huge homeless problem, and they are governed by the Cochrane District Social Service Administration Board, which funds and makes the decision to their one vote. So Timmins has asked their staff to review and investigate the opportunities or possibility of withdrawing from that relationship and taking on the funding and running their own homeless program. Has Cobourg looked into this possibility and explored that? Finally, I'm not going to repeat a number of other points that have been more ably addressed by others, but I understand that on the 25th of this month, Council will have to deal with the Memorandum of Understanding from the Police Services Board, which, as I understand the press reporting, has taken some of the funding that they get from police checks, and they want to deal with it themselves, as opposed to having that money go to support our police service. And if the Memorandum of Understanding is accepted, then the cost of taxpayers' money to our police service will go up. So will Cobourg County or Cobourg Town Council oppose that memorandum? Thank you.
Don Simpson. Don Simpson. Keith Oliver.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, fellow citizens, council, board members of the Transition House. These remarks are addressed to all of you. A subject for comment is, of course, the newly created Transition House with its 40-plus temporary dwellings, first floor warming and cooling center, and the 60-plus meals it serves each day to those in need. Now, my partner and I do what we can by delivering 15 pounds of bananas 3 times a week, both to the Transition House and also to the Salvation Army Food Bank. Now, this has given us a unique opportunity to talk with those being served, and these discussions have been most informative. While Transition House is an excellent start, it is not enough. Many aspects of the behavioral problems exhibited by those being served remain unknown and unaddressed, both in their detriment and that both to their detriment and to that of the surrounding community. It is ironical and seriously disturbing, in my opinion, that you can walk into the center of an intersection against a red light and get seriously injured. What happens? It was a stupid thing to do. Well, you get all the medical attention in the world. It can go on for years. But if you have mental disabilities, if you have some kind of aberrant behavior that you cannot divest yourself from, you get virtually nothing. The answer, lock them up and throw away the key. Out of my 88 years of life experience, I've come to two conclusions. First is how different we all are from each other, and the second is how much our lives have been shaped by pure chance. While we think we're in control of our lives and we're inclined to take full credit for what we have become, we fail to understand the role played by chance. How important our parents' interaction with us was, along with their culture, their successes and failures, and the genes that they passed on.
2 minutes.
Then there is the experience we absorb through the interaction with our peers. Our experience, when we try to establish an independent life, a career, marrying the right person, and have a family. At the end of 11 years, at the end of grade 11, I wrote the entrance exam to McGill University, and I failed twice. As chance would have it, McGill was short of students. I entered engineering, and by the end of the second year, I was an honors student. For a number of reasons that made sense to me, I dropped out of engineering, worked in England for a year, and eventually graduated with a science degree and with a minor in psychology and a degree in architecture. I often think of how things would have turned out if McGill had not been short of students. Tragic change has also happened and been part of my life, and I believe I never reached my full potential. I believe life is a gift, and all life should be respected and honored. And so, what do we do? What's missing here? And it is the treatment of those whose behavior we are so concerned about, and which should be dealt with, but in a humane form. This needs leadership, a strategic plan with well-defined tools based on experience. That experience can come from those who worked to rehabilitate Brookside juvenile offenders. It could come from the new Woodlawn Treatment Center, just north of University Avenue on Division.
Time.
Thank you. It comes from the techniques used by Alcoholics Anonymous and their 7-step program. And it comes through self-expression, through personal involvement, perhaps in music and art. I often look around and say to myself, there, but for the grace of God, go I.
Thank you.
Remy Abedlati.
Good day, council people and Mayor Lucas. Nice to see you again. I'm going to speak today. My name is Remy. I am the business owner of Grey Guardian Games, downtown Cobourg. I'm also a resident of Cobourg and a recent retiree of 20 years service in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you. So, I'm going to actually skip forward a little bit here because I find that what I was going to say reflects greatly on what local business owner Hillary Allen and her husband, the evidence that they provided and what they spoke to earlier today is the sum of what I was going to say. So I'll just concentrate on the examples of how the 310 Division 3 has impacted our business since we've moved the business to Cobourg. From Peterborough, just so everyone's aware, we moved our business from Peterborough to Cobourg, downtown to downtown, opening May 1st. And we actually moved the business. One of the reasons we moved the business was to get away from similar activities that we were experiencing in the Peterborough downtown core. And to be honest, it's worse here in Cobourg than it is in Peterborough, in the downtown core. The worst example of experience that I had was a near attempted break-in as an employee was locking up, leaving the back of the store. Someone was waiting outside. There's a little porch in the back of the building. And this was right before our security cameras went in, so I didn't have footage of it to bring today. But individual tried to slip into the building as they were opening the back door. And I mean, we're open pretty late. During the week, 9 p.m. A lot of the game activities we do usually run a bit later than that. By the time our employees are done, it's 10 p.m., which honestly isn't that big of a concern. Normally, even in downtown Peterborough, it's always been safe enough. Didn't have any concerns about it until we moved here to Cobourg, and we had that incident. We've also had incidents of customers leaving the store late at night and being followed. They felt unsafe. We had one customer, a young female teenager, ran back to the store and asked to come back inside because someone was following her as they were partaking in drug activity in Victoria Park. Another example we've had that I've seen that it saddens me to see is just when residents come into our store and try to sell us things that they have stolen from other stores. Example, gift cards that they steal off the shelf at convenience stores or Shoppers Drug Mart. Just generally thinking that, I know there used to be a pawn shop in our location before. They try to come in to pawn whatever random things that they could find all the time. And when we turn them away, it often breaks out in lots of cursing, threats. They've threatened my employees, yelled at customers. It's just not a very welcoming space. We pride ourselves on being a welcoming space in order to host events for children, for teenagers, adults, people of all ages. It's very difficult to run our business when people don't feel safe to come to our business. So with that being said, I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time. That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Julie Elliott.
Hi, my name's Julie Elliott, also known as Jules. Sorry, I had to condense my speech here a little bit because there's so much I want to say and we only have 5 minutes, so. I just want to be clear here, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection. After 30 years of addiction, I am a community programs facilitator with the Elizabeth Fry Society of Peterborough, and I work at our new reintegration house in Peterborough that just opened up. I also work with various degree programs at Fleming College, which includes police foundations. I'm the current co-chair of the HKLN Drug Strategy Steering Committee, and I am a harm reduction worker for PARN, doing outreach here in our town of Cobourg, and I am on the front lines of these streets working with the very people we are discussing here today. Since I was unsuccessful at putting together a video of their voices due to some red tape, some of the things I'm hearing is basically, where do our street-involved community members, whom are also longtime Cobourg residents, where do they go? I've spoke with many of them, especially this past week, regarding this specific meeting, and here's what they told me. It feels as if it's illegal for us to even exist. We are constantly and consistently told to move along, move along, move along. We have nowhere to sleep. We get discharged instead of transitioning. We need actual trauma-informed care with an actual trauma-informed counselor. We need more programs. We are people, not problems. And it's going to get worse without adequate housing. I want to share a recent experience. I was doing outreach one afternoon and I stopped by to chit-chat with a few folks at Trinity Church beside 310. Security was called to come handle these people I was engaging with, and instead of acting out or putting up an argument, these people were understanding and they were respectful and they dispersed as requested. And just as I was about to go on my way, someone came to me who was bleeding. I sat them down on the curb to clean their wound with some sterile water so I could dress the wound. And before I knew it, security had been called on us again. And this time I hear the lady who called from Trinity Church suggesting that security give out nominal fines to our most vulnerable people for being on their property because they were just sitting on the grass. I'm so appalled by this. This is not the answer. As a person who is an addict and was stuck in this revolving cycle of addiction and criminalization for 30 years, let me tell you, not isolation, no fine or charge, incarceration, or any sort of punishment ever did any good in all those years to me. None of them worked. But I'll tell you what did work.
Two minutes.
Okay, I met a harm reduction worker in Peterborough who was starting a new peer project program. I was treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. And for the first time in my life, they didn't try to shame me for my past. It instead taught me that I was not a victim, nor was I a bad person. But I was fact, I'm a survivor and resilient and strong, and that I do have a wide range of skills and experiences that I gained along the way, and these were valuable, and I began to believe in myself, something which I had never done, not in a very long time, and I began to engage. This peer project saved my entire life. I engage with others that were struggling. I gave it harm reduction, wound care, snack bags, and used our own experiences to help others with system navigation, which unless you've actually tried to navigate yourself, you couldn't possibly understand how hard it actually is to figure out who does what, when, and where. I also did a lot of street community cleanups, which I continue to do in this town. And in doing this, for me and my group of 25 people, the most important thing that came from that was that every one of us became connected, not only with each other, but we became connected to the larger community and we became functional. We all began to transition from survival and we started moving forward. I also want to point out that with people there's so much here, but like, people, they're not allowed to sleep. I can't stress enough, the town of Cobourg is a very special and very safe community. I should know, I grew up in Oshawa. I challenge the public to learn the difference between feeling safe and feeling uncomfortable. Yes, we need a sober living house, but we also need 3-tier shelter. We need both. Why sell 10 Chapel when we can use that as a sober living? There's so many gaps in the system. I see the county paper beds at CCFA, and then people go through CCFA, and then they get out, and they have nowhere to go when they get out. They've done all this work, and they cycle through transition house, and then they hit the gap of you run out of time after, you run out of time after 90 days, and you don't qualify for transitional housing on the top floor because you haven't been clean long enough. There's a huge gap.
Time.
Thank you.
Bob LaDrew. Bob LaDrew.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I live in the east end of Cobourg, near the former Brookside property, and I work downtown. I'm in downtown Cobourg virtually every day of the week, either to work or to shop, have coffee at one of our great coffee shops, and from time to time I cook and serve a meal at Greenwood Coalition's Art Hive on King Street East. 310 Division is not perfect. No human organization is or can be, and that's especially true of an organization whose clients may be unsheltered, using substances, have a mental health disorder, or some combination of all three. Homelessness is a national crisis. Affordability is at an all-time low. Waves of rent evictions and evictions have put people out on the street. Some of those folks are not well. Some of them use substances. If I were living rough, had a mental illness, and had no access to treatment, I would probably be using substances too, to numb the pain of my past and my present. There is no doubt in my mind that some unsheltered folks seem intimidating. I have no doubt that some commit crimes, mostly to feed substance use disorders. It's true in Toronto, it's true in Belleville, it's true in Ottawa, it's true here. Transition House has operated 310 Division for less than a year, and they've been under a microscope since the announcement of the purchase. The town of Cobourg has created a bylaw that, in my opinion, makes it far more difficult for Transition House to do their job effectively than it should be. In addition to that, I think that there are folks who use primarily social media to whip up very negative sentiment against those who use 310 and those who try to help unsheltered people in the town and across the county. I have zero doubt that there are problems, inconveniences, and that folks feel unsafe. I believe that with concerted effort and sincere goodwill, Transition House, Cobourg, and the county could address those problems and inconveniences, and in some cases, they're doing that already. Some people fantasize that if you could just close 310 or move it to a forest or heaven only knows what, there wouldn't be a homeless problem in Cobourg, that these folks will somehow disappear. I think that that is ridiculously unrealistic thinking. There's a drastic shortage of affordable housing. There is a shortage of treatment spaces for substance use disorders or mental health issues. There are gaps in healthcare. These folks are mostly local. They're from Cobourg, Port Hope, Brighton. They're in Cobourg because the services are here. Close 310 tomorrow, and what will happen is there will be an immediate increase in encampments, far more public visibility of unsheltered folks and drug use. If that's followed by a harder-edged police response, you'll have people who are arrested and then turned right back to the street because provincial jails, which are miserable, are already overcrowded. If those folks are convicted and sentenced, they're not going to get sober or healthier after a year in Milton or Lindsay. They'll still have whatever issues they were sent to prison with, just with a prison record added, making it even harder for them to put a decent life together.
2 minutes.
So they'll be right back on the street. Easy solutions are very tempting to clutch onto. But if the solutions were easy, they would already have been done. Cobourg or Northumberland County cannot fix problems on their own when these problems are everywhere. Folks who are here tonight might want to ask their MPP why his government has barely increased ODSP and Ontario Works payments in 3 terms, while rents have tripled. You might want to ask your MP why his party doesn't advocate for support for increased affordable housing funding. I know it's a hard situation for neighbors, and I empathize with them, but anger-based responses will not make this situation better for neighbors or for the people who are using 310 services right now. They will make things harder for those folks and for those trying to help them. Thank you for your time.
Margot Stefan. Margot Stefan.
Thank you everyone for hanging out. It's getting late, so I'll be brief and stick to my 5 minutes. Cobourg is Northern's historic. With that?
Speak a little closer. You can't hear it.
Okay. Is that better? Cobourg is known for its historic charm, beautiful waterfront, and close proximity to Toronto. This has been a major driver for many of the retirees who come here. Our brand, the Feel Good Town, not so much. Why do I say that? I'm here representing the condo buildings at 125, 145 3rd Street, a place that has 105 units, with 95% of our residents retired. In 2021, the stat showed Cobourg had 20,000 residents, Of those, almost 11,000 are under the age of 64, and the remaining 40% of the community are over 65, with some well into their 70s, 80s, and 90s. In our complex, 50% of our residents are single women, many are widows, 40% couples, and 10% single men. I ask, would you like your mother or grandmother out walking alone? Probably not. Collectively, we pay over 600,000 in annual taxes, with a high percentage of this going to the county. The town, as far as I know, has no mandate to provide shelter, but the county does, which means we and our neighbours and everyone in Coburg are paying for the pleasure of having a facility of 310 Division right downtown. We know there are lots of vulnerable and unhoused people, but in the spirit of good neighbours, this group of individuals are not good neighbours and are directly responsible for interfering with the quiet enjoyment of the entire town. When a resident in our condo community interferes with the quiet enjoyment, there is a process to follow whereby they could mean they could sell their home and they need to move. This is serious. It's not an option. We take great pride in where we live and are saddened that the community that we all came to love has become a place of discord, uneasiness, and displeasure. We have to follow rules. Why don't others? We've experienced many break-ins, etc., similar to what other people have said. All that said, I also want to touch on where I work. I work in HR at the market in Smore, and as other small businesses, foot traffic is diminishing. It's also getting increasingly more difficult to ensure the safety and security for our young workers. Losses are significant from theft, and our team are not equipped to challenge the people responsible. There are about 20 to 25 individuals who continually steal from us and damage the property. Why? We would happily feed them and have done so for years. It is the same people over and over, and all security can do is ask them to leave. We've had to hire security because our team are not equipped, and nor should they be challenging people when they are clearly high and their behaviour is unpredictable. We've added more security cameras inside and out. We've had to permanently lock bathrooms as these were being used for drugs. Additional padlocks are now on all our doors, fridges, freezers. It's just getting ridiculous. Some of the workers are quite rightly scared as the people in question are not predictable. We're not talking about someone down in their luck. We're talking hardcore drug addicts with no other agenda than to make trouble for everyone they come into contact with. No one coming to work, especially during the day in a small town of this size, should have to feel that they are in danger. Shame on us for allowing this to happen. Like most retail stores, we operate the business at a very low margin. The extra cost of security, the constant theft, extra cleaning in and around the store, having to pick up clothes, blankets, feces, has eliminated any profit, which is why the business is no longer for sale.
Time.
It's a very sad state.
Considering the staff and owners have fed the community for the past 6 years with heart and soul. Discouraging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine White. Catherine White.
Does that work okay? Good. Good evening. My name
is Catherine White, and I live in Cobourg. I'm a Cobourg resident, and I also have an extensive background in the homelessness sector, both at the front line and at the policy and decision-making level, here in Northumberland and previously in the region of York. Most of you will know that the shelter formerly known as Transition House is the only homeless shelter for men and women in Northumberland County. The shelter in its various configurations and locations has been a fixture in Cobourg for over 25 years. It's been a low barrier shelter since 2017. Over this time, as the face of homelessness has changed in our communities, so too has the clientele of the shelter, reflecting the social, health, and economic issues of the time. Moving from housing a few unfortunate old men who often just liked a bit of booze, then moving to families with children as a consequence of rising rents, stagnant incomes, and social assistance rates, next to the ever-increasing numbers caused by an almost complete lack of affordable housing in this area, and now to many clients that are reflecting the very complex health, social, and economic issues that are part of our social fabric, as in many small towns in Canada. The presence of unhoused, mentally ill, and substance-using individuals in Cobourg is not caused by the shelter. In no way is 310 Division Street responsible for the lack of affordable housing, inadequate social assistance in the face of these expenses, or inadequate or unattainable mental health and addiction treatments, all of which is now reflected in the clientele that 310 has, and also on our streets in Cobourg. The shelter is also not responsible for the drug problem that has sadly become part of our social fabric. The drug problem escalated in all areas during COVID and has continued to do so. Ask anyone with street smarts and they will tell you that you could get pretty well anything you want in regard to drugs in downtown Cobourg. And these are adults who are looking back at their high school days. This has only escalated. And these are very complex health and economic issues of our time. Again, issues that are faced by so many small towns. We do have a drug problem in Cobourg, but please think that Transition House does not house the entire drug-using population in Cobourg. At that case, they would be absolutely bursting at the seams and have tents on the front lawn. A small percentage of people who use drugs are residents at 310 Division. This is not the entire drug-using population. So we do have a drug problem, but it is not all Transition House. I am dismayed that the solution being put forward to address such complex social issues is simply to bar people with mental health, addictions, or some other undesirable behaviors from accessing shelter services, kicking them to the curb, if you like so much human garbage. It's undeniable and well-researched that low-barrier shelters save lives. It is unrealistic to think that a high-barrier, sober-only model that excludes certain individuals from the shelter services will simply cause them to disappear from our streets. It will not solve the problems that we're trying to address. Acknowledging that it's a difficult population to serve, nonetheless, there is much research to tell us that a low-barrier shelter model is an effective, humane, and cost-efficient way to support this population. Over its many years, the shelter has enjoyed the support of the community, recognizing the important work it does in helping those less fortunate neighbors to move forward in their lives. Many of the social and economic factors that now contribute to the identified problems are well beyond the scope of 310 Division to solve, and the shelter should not become a convenient scapegoat for the manifest deficiencies in other areas. We're not alone with these concerns, But with leadership, innovation, and willingness to take risks, Cobourg and Northumberland County has the potential to be leaders, become a role model, an example of applying multi-sectoral solutions to the problem. Thinking outside the box, if you would.
Time.
Oh, too bad. I have some.
Thank you.
I have some.
Father Matthew McMillan.
Chair, Your Worship, members of council, fellow residents of Cobourg and Northumberland. I want to start with a little story. I heard a Cobourg couple was celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary. When the festivities were over, the wife turned to the husband and said, "We've been miserable for 50 years. We've fought every day. We've disagreed on nearly everything, and I'm convinced that we can't keep this going. I've made a commitment to pray to God that He'll help us solve this problem, and I'm praying that He'll take one of us home. When He answers my prayer, I'm going to live with my sister in Peterborough." Everyone seems normal until you get to know them, and civility costs nothing but buys everything. Last Friday at an afternoon program in Cobourg, we had at the Rotary Club the retired commander, deputy commander of NORAD speak, Major General Scott Clancy. And he told us a story about how before the Afghanistan war, Canada sold all its heavy lift helicopters, and when it went over to Afghanistan, it didn't have any of the equipment it needed. And it had to reach out to Denmark to rent back its own helicopters to fly Canadian troops during the Afghan mission. We didn't have the equipment we needed. And Major General Clancy told the Rotary group that Canada was living in a little bit of a delusion about the status of our military power. We thought we had influence. We thought we were someone that could throw around our influence, and we really don't have that much stature to tell the Americans what to do, let alone other members of NATO, without the equipment and the capacity needed. So here we are tonight, with challenges before us, without the equipment, without the capacity, without what's needed. And because we're not putting those things in, we're at each other. There's no civility that the residents feel that live around the service sites. They feel the effects of people taking advantage of them, urinating on their buildings, leaving their drug paraphernalia and debris. The people that stay at 310 Division come to our church for meal programs.
2 minutes.
There's people that live on the second, third, fourth floors that have gotten themselves to the point where they can pay rent. On Mother's Day, one of them wanted to bring their family to share a meal with them together, and they were not allowed to bring a guest into their own dwelling that they're now paying for. The system needs to be changed. The residents in town, I live right beside St. Peter's, I can tell you, I've had my truck broken into, I've had the doors tested on my house to see if people can get in. People have slept on the front porch. I get tired of calling Coburg Police to help move folks along when I find folks urinating or going to the bathroom outside on the church steps. We want to help people, and these folks are in need of help. But we help people when we give purpose, and when we value, and when we honor. And so it's a mixture all the way around. Can the county, can the town, can the neighbors find ways to have each something that's important heard, and can we move forward together? The neighbors aren't feeling heard. The people that need help want more help, and we're squabbling over small things. Civility costs nothing, but buys everything. The town has the ability to work together. The county has the ability. The residents, you've heard from them all. There's heart for this. Let's stop throwing stones and start moving forward. The capacity's there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed Carney. Edgar Carney.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm a member of Trinity United Church on Division Street, and I've been on the Property Division Committee there for over 35 years. I've been on nonprofit affordable housing boards for 36 years, including 17 years on the board of Trinity Place here in Coburg. As I see it, we have two main problems here: lack of affordable housing and the drug situation. And now we have many people living on our street as well. Back 50 plus years ago, from the concept, funding approval, a new building, we had open house and residents moving in. And that was all done within less than 2 years. Today, the concept, design time, and dollars spent over many years, and then there's no guarantee of funding approval to be able to build anything. I've lost track of the many hours I have spent over the last number of years picking up the garbage and other items that the street people have left on the lawn at Trinity Church. And our Trinity staff, particularly our custodians, also spent untold hours picking up stuff and dealing with the trespassers. Our neighbors and businesses have spent thousands of dollars trying to protect their property and create a safe environment for those business employees. Has the opening of 310 Division Street helped to eliminate the problems in the area? No, we still have vandalism, garbage, people trespassing, making residents uncomfortable. 310 may be part of the long-range solution, but at present it may also be part of the problem. I do not see any long-range plans to resolve the situation. All levels of our elected politicians and bureaucrats need to work together with all parties and come up with a workable plan to make real affordable housing and get treatment to help people get off drugs and live a successful life. Everything costs money today. Let's spend our money wisely towards a long-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny or Jack DeVries.
I've got good news. I've got 2 little pieces of paper, so I'll be under my 5. Anyway, my husband and I just moved here about a year ago, March, and absolutely fell in love with Coburg. And it was such a warm, welcoming, quaint town. And then winter came and we saw people living in a tent in the snow. And it was so heart-wrenching to see that tent community. And then Transition House opened up and we toured through it and we thought, this is fantastic. A safe place for people to get out of the cold, a warming hub where they could sit there and spend the night And it's been good to see that. And my husband and I volunteer with a group that comes in. We do feeding 3 times a week. And we get to meet some of the people that live there or come there. And you know what? A lot of them are super nice. They are so thankful. They're respectful. They're kind. Some of them are coming out of rehab and trying to get on their feet. Some are running away from abuse. Some are desperately looking for work and can't find work. And it's really a beautiful thing to see some of these people and getting to know who they are. They're beautiful people, some of them. But wow, I hear some of the stories tonight. And I almost felt like withdrawing my number and saying, you guys, I'm sorry, we live on the other side of town and we don't encounter any of what you have said. And I feel sick for you. I hear what you're saying. And I'm so sad that you are going through that, the businesses, the residents. And should Transition House be located downtown? Probably not. I see that now. I see that it is not a good location. Close to a school where paraphernalia are around, being so close to residents, destroying healthy businesses. So yes, do I think Transition House is doing good? They are doing good. Some people have actually gotten jobs, have found places to live. The staff are fantastic. I see how they work with the homeless people. I see them get into there when they think something might evolve and they calm it down. I see them support. I see them enjoying some of the people that come. So Transition House, I feel like their hands are tied sometimes. I don't know all the politics, but I think they're doing good work. But I agree, it is not the place downtown. So I wish you guys the very best. Council, county, mayor, you've got a big job ahead. But you know what? Cobourg is still a beautiful town.
I'm assuming that since it's Jack Orgy, I got maybe just a minute or so. I don't have a lot to say. I came here tonight. I want to thank you, Moderator. I want to thank Town Council for the work that you're doing. You came here to listen. I came here to listen as well. And I heard a lot, and my wife heard a lot. And one thing that we do every week is that we go to Transition House and we volunteer there because we believe that a healthy community, I want to be part of a healthy community. And to me, a healthy community is a healthy community that allows every single person to thrive. And for people to thrive, they need to have some of the bare essentials of life, like so many of us enjoy. And that is like having shelter and home, having a place where they have a place to eat, they have food. And one of the things that we've experienced at the Transition House by volunteering there is that this is an opportunity where people can have shelter, where people can have food, where we learned that these are people with names. These are moms, these are dads, these are brothers, these are sisters. These are people that have the same struggles that so many of us have. And I'm so thankful that you as a town council are willing to listen. And I just encourage you to continue to listen. And I want to thank every single person that has spoken here tonight. Many of them have already left. But I just want to thank each one for speaking because it has helped me also to help understand. And I think together we could find a solution. So thank you.
Bruce LePage.
My name is Bruce LePage. I was originally number 38, so I'm happy to see I moved up in the rankings here. I've lived in Cobourg for over 20 years. My wife grew up in Cobourg, and now we're fortunate enough to say our son has grown up in Cobourg. This is a lovely, wonderful town. We've seen many changes. My wife has seen incredible changes over her 50 years plus in town here. Many unhoused people are victims of adverse childhood drama, mental health issues, and increasingly the economic displacement due to high cost of living and suppressed wages we're experiencing in our communities. We are becoming a community of rich and a community of poor, and the poor are starting to outnumber. There are many studies going back well into the 20th century that confirm homelessness is a major driver of addiction. A recent one, the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs advised the United Kingdom government in 2019 that addressing addiction without addressing homelessness is exceptionally difficult, if not impossible. For many, addiction is an attempt to self-medicate and mitigate the emotional harm and disconnection from society caused by being unhoused. When unhoused people receive the services they require in a non-threatening, non-judgmental way, addiction becomes easier to treat. The key service that people need is a safe roof over their head. For a shelter like 310 Division to be successful, residents also need access to medical services, including dental care, mental health care, and addiction treatment. They need to have dedicated social workers and counselors who know how to deal with people suffering from being unhoused. They may need education or job training. They may need to learn life skills that we take for granted. They need to reconnect with the larger community in a meaningful way. Low barrier models like 310 Division allow this process to begin. Wraparound healthcare and social services are crucial to the success of low barrier shelters. Without this support, a shelter merely is a bed for a few hours at night, and the cycles of harm continue. 310 Division Street can be a crucial bridge to recovery and health for unhoused people in our community, but we need to do more. We need to expand the model. We need to include accessible, geared-to-income housing for residents of 310 and others when they are ready to move to. We have seen this be successful in other Canadian communities such as Sackville and Halifax, Nova Scotia. Unhoused people start at a transition-like house, and when they are ready and they have the support, they move to a small home community, a tiny home community, where the sports 360 wraparound supports continue for them. In fact, we need safe, affordable, geared-to-income housing for many in our community, not just the currently unhoused. There are many people in our community struggling to remain housed. This is caused by the changes in our society. We have had years and years of cuts to social services, cuts to education, cuts to health care, cuts to everything but policing. We cannot police our way out of a healthcare crisis of addiction and toxic tainted drugs. We cannot police our way out of homelessness. We need to invest in people. We need the town council to work with the Northumberland Community Council, the county council, to pressure the province to pay for what they duly need to serve these citizens. This should not be thought of as a cost on our community. It should be thought of as an investment to make this town even better. We will not thrive as individual residents until all of us thrive, until our businesses thrive, and everyone feels safe and happy in this once wonderful and still wonderful town. As speaker number 29 said, shame on us for allowing this to happen. We allowed this to happen by not paying attention to what government was doing to our society. We were interested in the quick fix, we were interested in profits, we were interested in the big homes being built around the town to feed the developers from Toronto. We need to look at serving all of our citizens. We need to make that happen. And town council, you're the first link. You know that as the local government, you provide the most care and the most services to people. Look upward to where the funding comes from and hold them accountable. Speak to Mr. Puccini. Speak to Mr. Ford. That should be on your daily agenda. Let's get this town working together for all of us once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tony Johns. Tony Johns.
Thank you for being here tonight and for the ability for me to have a moment of time to bring some information of my personal experience with my time in, let's say, starting in Toronto. Originally, I moved out here in Cobourg about 2019, just prior to the pandemic, and I thought, what a beautiful place. Just an absolute beautiful place. It reminded me just of the Toronto beaches. I lived in Toronto beaches for about almost 40 years. And my experience, though, with this particular issue, I live on Swain Street, just next to Division, my apartment, and I rented it there about 2.5 years ago. And I thought, what a great place. I'm a 3-minute walk to the beach. There's all these cool little spots there in Cobourg that reminded me of the Toronto beaches when it was just starting to go when I moved there in the late 70s. However, recently there's been some issues. It's been not a very good time, even walking to my car, which is parked in the Trinity parking lot area. However, I just want to go back a little bit here. There's been a lot being said tonight, but I want to kind of go back to what some of my background is. I was asked to do some street crisis counseling with a partner for the Elizabeth Fry Society back in 1984 and 85. It was a detailed investigative research project funded by Women in Conflict with the Law, published by the Ministry of Solicitor General, Ontario, that resulted in deciding evidence that actually to begin decriminalizing of prostitution in Canada, which was actually done in 2010. I actually witnessed. I'm actually, at that time, I was working as a paralegal. I still am. I'm a senior level with the Law Society of Ontario. So I've had a lot of experience. I've sat around to a lot of community or council meetings in downtown Toronto and a lot of variations on situations. But however, not too long after that, I myself will break down my own anonymity, and that is, I've been a member of Alcoholics Anonymous for a very, very long time. I started in 1981. I had no idea what it was all about. And at that point in time—
2 minutes.
Understood. At that time, I was actually working as a street crisis counselor, and to actually have that report later become, during my sobriety years, I have understood and seen so many amazing situations and changes in people's lives due to the actual Alcoholics Anonymous and other 12-step programs that are available to the public at any time, all the time. I don't see any of that being talked about. Doesn't cost anything, doesn't cost taxpayers. All the open meetings are open to the public. Having been in that particular situation, I also I had a nice talk with our mayor a couple of weeks ago. There's illegal escort laws in Ontario where there is now areas for work for people that do want to put together and work together with other people and make connections, that it can be legalized. The other thing I want to bring up, and I'm going to make this short, is we had a situation very similar in the Toronto beaches in the 80s and early 90s, where there was a second social housing thing going on, and it was also asked, and we had a council meeting there, to prevent that from happening, because the current one, similar to this one at 310 Transition House on Division, was accommodating a lot of drugs and stealing and other things that was losing some of the small businesses that were there on Queen Street in the Toronto beaches. So we won our decision, and they had to move it into another area.
Time.
And that's what I suggest we do again. Thank you.
Dr. Clinton Spolsky.
First of all, thank you so much for allowing us to be able to speak on this topic today. Everyone who did speak, thank you for your time to invest, time in education to get us all an idea of what your feelings were today. The first thing I would like to say is that you can't pour from an empty cup. And in our region currently where 310 is, and I agree, and I think we can all agree that it is devastating currently that this is not working, right? But 310 in the capacity it is in our primary area for tourism, commerce, and small business, you can't have something to that standard and that large decimate an area that brings so much income to our community. Now, I would say I've been someone on the fence in this position, where I'm someone who volunteers a lot for our younger youth in our community. As some of our people over here spoke earlier, a big impact to our younger individuals is through sport and maybe implementing and finding a location where they can have sport in that facility in a very different place. I find that we, like myself and my wife, have had individuals we've taken into our home to be able to provide opportunities for them so they can have a better chance and move on. And so it's hard sitting up here thinking that, hey, this is not working. It's tough for us all to talk about this idea that we need to do something for the people who are less fortunate in our area. But you can't pour from an empty cup. And if we decimate our tourism, where there's a region of people who come every summer for our costs of parking that we get, our people that come to small businesses, even different people that decide to come and different TV shows and movies who come and rent and take time in our city, they're going to continually come to these areas and see that maybe they don't want to be here anymore. You see young families who might want to come to this area not want to come here anymore. You see retirees who come to be near the beach and have easy access to small business not want to come here anymore. And if we don't have any income coming into that area to be able to help these people in the future, it won't be available. And so it is an excellent, it's an incredible idea to help and serve others, but to do it in your main region of tourism, commerce, and small business is impossible. So it is not working there, it can't be there. And for instance, if I walk out of my backyard and outside of our building and we smell cocaine and my wife wants to walk to her car and there are people at our back door and I have to say, can you please step aside so that my wife can walk through, and they're threatening to fight us, that doesn't work either. And so
2 minutes.
I'll keep this short, is that you want to leave your environment better than you found it. You want to serve the youth, and someone who grew up in Kitchener, who is in a community that saw this happen and had to make a decision and chose to build something very much like this and didn't move it, it decimated a 5-block radius that after the age of 6, I'd never been to, because it decimated small businesses that my parents talk about. It decimated the ability to move to that area, and a city like Waterloo, who has done very well and grown, Kitchener has not. And if you compare our cities and regions, we would like them to grow together, whether it's Port Hope, whether it's Brighton, whether it's Grafton, we want to grow together. And you want to leave things better than you found it. And I would be devastated if all the effort that we put into serving these young kids in this area to help them understand to leave their environment better than they found it, if the thing they see most consistently is drug use and normalizing that will be more normal to them to do that than it will be to serve their area, to stay in their area. or to want to do sport or art or any other activities, because that will be their normal. So leave your environment better than you found it.
Beth Belair. Beth Belair.
I think I'm okay. So this has been, good evening, everyone, a long night of speaking and listening, and there's been a few good ideas that have been shared, and I've written those down. Tomorrow, these issues will still be here, and as the co-chair of the Community Liaison Committee, I wanted people to know that there is an organization of volunteers that has been struck by the county at the same time as 310 opened to help work with the community and with Transition House, the shelter's neighbors, and the broader community to try to improve the relationships and come up with ideas to improve what's going on. And so we will be working after this to try to make things better, because tonight won't solve all the problems. So our organization, our committee, its purpose is really to try to improve relationships, as I mentioned, to facilitate two-way communication, to have people in the community be able to approach us, and we can then talk to the people who work at Transition House or to the county. We try to make sure that challenges are directed to the right authorities. We want to promote transparency and trust. All of our minutes are published on the county's website, and the website is joininnorthumberland.ca, and there's a link on their main page to 310, and all of our minutes are available there. We are made up of shelter neighbors, community members, persons with lived experience. We have faith-based organizations represented, the Coburg business community, Coburg Police Services is there, Town of Coburg staff, Northumberland County representatives and Transition House staff, and we have community agency representations, people who work with the shelter clients, and this includes representation from community paramedics, Community Health Centers of Northumberland, and the NHH Community Mental Health. So we've got a broad range of people who sit around the table, and each month we have issues that are brought to us, we brainstorm, we try to research and find more information on how things can be made better. And I think, you know, our work since our inaugural meeting, which was in December, we've really worked on formulating terms of reference for what we're going to do, have a good communications protocol so that it will be clear and transparent and people can get in touch with us. We have 4 subcommittees that are working, one on resources, so helping Ike get the resources that he needs for some of the shelter clients.
2 minutes.
Thank you. We have a community safety committee, an education and learning committee, and a communications committee. And again, all of their activities are recorded in the minutes so that it's open for you to see what's going on. We welcome people to call us and let us know if they have good ideas on how to improve things. As I've been taking notes over the course of the evening, and we'll be doing some follow-up on some of the ideas that have been shared here. And we are trying to raise our profile. I'm sure many of you maybe didn't even know we existed. But if you want to reach us, you can reach us at shelterclc@northumberland.ca. And that email address is available on the county's website. So I would just leave with thinking like there's been a lot of information shared here, things that have made people quite concerned, distressed perhaps, but we are moving forward. This is a positive building. It's a positive move that we have. It's not perfect, but it is improving things. And I think as we work together, we can make it a better place. Thank you.
Deidre Rankin. Deidre Rankin.
Good evening, Mayor Cleveland, council members, and neighbors, what's left of you. My name is Deidre, and I'm here today as a resident, a mother, a survivor, and someone who's lived on both sides of the issue. Tonight, I stand before you all to express my deep concern regarding the ongoing safety issues in our neighborhood since the shelter at 310 Division was put in place. I'm speaking on behalf of Trinity Complex, where the parking lot is right connected, okay? Since its opening, I've experienced multiple incidents that have directly impacted my personal safety and the well-being of my daughter. I was surrounded by 3 men in my vehicle who tried to intimidate me while parked in my own back lot. I've observed people scoping at my property, drug use occurring openly in front of both myself and my daughter. I found a large silver butter knife that had been turned into a shank lying directly in front of my residence. I saw a man beating a woman right outside my back door. I've repeatedly seen drug paraphernalia discarded on the ground. Unknown men have come right to my back porch attempting to gain entry into my building. The yelling, which I call noise violence, and sounding altercations coming from 310 are ongoing, often continuing until 2 a.m. and beginning at 6 a.m. This is not just disruptive, it's terrifying. I'm a survivor of the drug culture myself, and I'm being re-traumatized. With it, all the hard work, I got clean, and you know what helped? Some tough love and jail time. That's what helped. Anyways, I was attacked multiple times after getting clean, and I had to leave the country because of my abuse. And now that I'm back and trying to rebuild my life, it's devastating to feel unsafe again, especially in my own home. I am also disabled. I have a fused ankle on one leg and drop foot on the other. I have titanium legs, which makes me especially vulnerable. I cannot physically defend myself or flee quickly in an emergency. Just recently, my 16-year-old daughter went outside in her backyard to enjoy the sun in a bikini. I had to tell her it wasn't safe to be out there like that due to unpredictable individuals frequenting the area. This is not an environment of a child or anyone should be forced to live in. The current model of the shelter is putting vulnerable residents and neighbors in harm's way. The shelter must be raised to a high barrier model. As it stands, individuals are being dropped off directly from jail and out of town. I know this for a fact. Many of whom are struggling with untreated addiction or mental or violent behaviors. A high barrier shelter would help ensure that those truly seeking recovery and housing can access support. While discouraging criminal or harmful activity from infiltrating our community, this isn't about excluding people in need. It's about protecting everyone, including those trying to get help. Low barrier shelters are designed to minimize entry requirements so that people experiencing homelessness can quickly access a safe place to sleep. While the intention behind low barrier shelters is compassionate and inclusive, they can pose real risk to a small community and carefully managed, if not carefully managed, and here's why. Minimal screening and high-risk individuals are they get in, actively using their drugs and alcohol, have untreated mental health issues, are recently released from jail or prison, have a history of violence. In a small town, the sudden influx of high need or high risk of individuals can overwhelm local services and significantly raise safety concerns, which is what's been happening.
2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna just skip this because I'm gonna just go. The displacement from other cities, these larger cities are dumping individuals into smaller communities that have open shelter beds, no waiting lists, fewer restrictions. This means that there are people here with no connection to the area. Individuals already banned from shelters in other cities are coming here, and repeat offenders and violent individuals looking for the path of least resistance. Vulnerable residents are left unsafe. Even among shelter users, low barrier setups can put women, children, and people in recovery, like me, in danger, especially when there's no separation of genders or risk groups, no substance use is normalized and overlooked, predatory and violent behaviors are not addressed. In these cases, the very people the shelter aims to protect are re-traumatized and endangered, and neighbors witness the harm. Compassion should never come at the cost of community safety. So let's advocate for safe, structured, and supported approach for both those in crisis and those who call this town home. My final message is that this is not about being heartless, it's about being realistic. Compassion without structure is chaos, and chaos is exactly what we're living with right now. We need a shelter model that protects our community, supports recovery, and restores peace in our town. I'm just asking the mayor and council to urgently reconsider the shelter model at 310. Please help us raise to a high barrier facility because lives and safety are on the line. Thank you.
Chris Amos.
you for allowing me to be here and share my experience. My name is Chris Amos. I have an honors Bachelor of Arts degree in community development and marginal, the challenges that marginal communities experience, and I received my degree from Trent University. Currently, I'm a beekeeper with 65 colonies of bees, and I've been helping people at the encampment since November 23, right through to the present time. I've seen a lot of things happening. People know me well. In fact, sometimes they are people who I don't know them very well, and they come up to me and they know me because I have a big secret. I treat people like human beings. And it works. People I have assisted have gone through the rehab program. They attend the meetings, AA, NA, CA. They attend art classes. I give people rides. When they see me, as of yesterday, I was parked on the side of Chapel Street. 9 different people came over and wanted to speak to me because I make them feel like human beings. And that's what they need in order to move forward in the right direction. They don't get that at 310. 310 is hell. People are so stressed. Yes, they're fighting. Yes, they're using drugs. They're self-medicating. 310 is hell. People are voluntarily leaving 310 to spend time on the street, camping out. If people create some small infraction of the rules at 310, they are kicked out on the street. You know, I completely sympathize with the residents of Coburg who don't want to see those people on the street. They have another rule at 310, the 90-day rule. If you don't have a job or have found a place to stay after 90 days, you're out.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Now, what has happened is completely mathematically predictable. The situation that is happening right now is mathematically predictable. On May 3rd of 24, I wrote a letter to the mayor of Coburg outlining the situation at the encampment. And I proposed that the Brookside property, then under ownership of the provincial government, should be turned into a low barrier refuge with tiny houses. The manager of the Salvation Army food bank, I spoke to him about it one day. He says, yes, we could have a food bank right on site. And there could be other services right on site. And Mayor Cleveland invited me to have a meeting with him. He told me that he's all about proactive solutions, and immediately told me that the best possible solution is to disperse the encampment at the Brookside site. I told him, if you do that, you're going to have homeless people in the downtown area. You are going to destroy the downtown commercial district. People are fearful of something they don't recognize. They don't recognize homeless people. And they won't come. I have a friend in Colborne who was a vendor at the farmer's market. He said last year they didn't have customers. I told Mayor Cleveland that would happen. Now, Northumberland County has been responsible to human beings. Yes, the 310 location is not appropriate, but it was available. And the people have ended up downtown anyway.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Jude. Chris Jude. Randy Curtis.
I think this will be fine. Can everybody hear me? First, we're running late. I see the crowds dispersing, but I'd like everyone to congratulate our council and our staff for having this meeting. It's very important to get this, and you need to have that credit. I'm a strong believer in second chances. I know that people fall into situations that they can't get themselves out of, and second chances are very, very important. I've had some personal experience in that area, but I think that we need to treat the addicted addicts in this town and give them a second chance. So what I'm proposing is have council bring back the opioid task force that they talked about 2 terms ago. And if they can't find the talent within council to manage it, then you've got a myriad of people qualified in this town to help do that, so that the focus becomes on the how, not the what and the where. Because all night we've been talking about where and what, but not how to solve this problem. And you got to bring together all the services, because we're not effectively and efficiently spending resources by these various levels of government on this problem. If we can bring it together and focus on the how, then the what and the where solves itself. Thank you.
Jason Harris.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for having me speak, and everybody here to listen. Now, I was a former resident at 310 Division Street. As of today, I am no longer there. I, of course, went against rules. Basically, my anger got the best of me one time, and because of that, I've been not welcome to come back. It's very disheartening. I was very sad today. I am now on the streets of Coburg. I have nowhere to go, nowhere really to turn, and if anybody's out there that can help me in any kind of way that will benefit me through the community, I would really appreciate that. And right now, I'm having a hard time trying to find those avenues or roads that'll lead me there. There seems like there's so many barriers put up in this town where there is no escape. And what am I left doing, or others here, when they have no escape either at 310? They resort to other uses or substances because there is no hope, they believe. When I say no hope, rents are high, we can't afford to get out, ODSP income, or even OW. Where do we go there? I mean, that's a damper on our side. I know a lot of people have talked about drug usage in the town. Wouldn't that be something the local police would have to consider or even matter. I think so. And I think we don't mean to do it or purposely do it in any way, but it's just obviously there for us to do it. And it's an escape from the reality we're facing in town. We feel that the stigma is 310, and it's very hard to beat. But I'm a college graduate, very educated person, and I'm only there because I kind of fell into the cracks, but I'm looking forward to getting out and having that little light of hope still there, even though I am homeless. I think the most important thing here is the community and the residents at 310 to cooperate with each other or even collaborate, set up events, maybe a walking group. Let's be friendly and discuss all our matters on both levels. And I think that's the highest education we can learn from each other and hopefully find a solution to a lot of our problems. I just want to say I hope for the best. And it's pretty diminishing right now, but I'm trying my best not to use substances, and I want to get forward through this, looking at my community for help, and to others that can help, even at 310 division, even though I'm on the outside. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Lyra Robertson. David Long. Oh, she's here.
Hi, I didn't come. My name is Lyra Robertson. I'm one of the homeless. I've been to 310 myself. And as mentioned, I'm no longer there, and I have no desire to return there. But at the same time, my reasoning is different from a lot of the reasonings out there. And what I've noticed is, at 310, it's a low barrier shelter. If you're gonna have a low barrier shelter, you need to also have a safe use site for people to go to, where it will not be out in the community, because the current situation as it stands, as been mentioned prior, you can have your drugs, but you have to go out into the community to use them because of the code of conduct they have. I'm prescribed cannabis. I'm not even allowed to use that on property, even though it's legal. And so I have to go 2 blocks away to be able to use my cannabis for medical reasons to keep me out of this wheelchair. We've heard about all the issues the homeless are causing with their drug issues and that. What we're not hearing about in this town is the housed people. That I have had a housed person who did not like the fact that I've been sleeping on the side of the road because I had nowhere else to go, taking my picture and try to run me over twice. I've had people constantly calling just because I'm homeless. I should not have animals. There's a lot that can be done with 310. It's in its growth stages. It's brand new. It has a lot of work required in order to make it a functioning shelter system. But to get rid of it, to raise it to high barrier, if you put that as a high barrier shelter, where do you think everyone is going to be going for their drugs? Everyone is going to be on the streets. You're going to have them out there, no quiet hours. Coburg can lose those between 1 to 6 once you get rid of the shelter possibility of low barrier shelter, because all those people that would be in the shelter, off the roads in that time, are out raising havoc, stealing, causing problems, rather than having a bed to sleep in. 310, warming hub, cooling station. Not allowed to sleep in the warming hub or cooling station. That increases drug psychosis and causes more issues throughout the neighborhood. Things like these need to be looked at. They have resources coming into 310, all of them mostly on the same day. Try and get to any of the meetings to meet with the resources you need when it's all jammed in on Wednesday. There's
as I said, much to be done, but it's not just location issues. It's certain policies and that around it that are pushing the people from the shelter out to the streets, rather than having them maintain the shelter, sleep, eat, get reasonable and responsible in society. I get chased off everywhere in town. Do you know what I do? I drink on occasion. I smoke weed. I pay for everything I have. I take care of my animals. I have 2 dogs. They need some training. But other than that, I don't do anything wrong other than I have no roof. I sit and cook food. People call and say I'm setting fires in the grass when I'm using a propane bottle top stove on concrete. I get called things.
2 minutes.
I do, and many of the other homeless as well. We're at that shelter, people driving by have their windows rolled down, calling it nasty obscenities to us. They expect us to stay calm and civil in the face of these things. It's not gonna happen. And yes, I've heard the stories of, we've shut down every drug house in town. No, you haven't. I can guarantee you that. And there's way more than anyone knows, but the housed people are the ones running them. So why is it the homeless are the problem and the housed people are providing us with the drugs? Not that I use anything but weed, but you know what I mean. That's all I have to say. People have to think and look and understand it's a joint situation. I've been condemned from being from Niagara Falls. I grew up in this town. I've been proud of this town. I came home to this town. I left it homeless to try and find a housing situation in another town. It didn't work out to get one. I came home, and I'm being condemned for coming home. Like, it's got to change. It needs to be everyone's perspective on this. We have to work together. If you got issues with the drug use being in the community, create a safe use site. Where, yeah, not, of course, in downtown. Sorry. Downtown is the worst place to stick anything like this in any city, not just Coburg. But it's needed. It's a facility that is needed just elsewhere in the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Long. David Long. Shelley McKellen.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for allowing me to speak here tonight. First of all, I would also like to say that I'm my heart really goes out to those that are homeless. In this economic climate, and it can happen to any of us. But we're not all here tonight just because the people are homeless and we have a problem with the homeless. The elephant in the room is the drugs. Drugs with the mental issues can turn someone violent in the matter of seconds. I know this. I have 2 druggy brothers, so I know what I'm talking about. Now, I see a lot of seniors here tonight. Most of them are gone now. But if you're attacked by one of these people when they're high, they might be perfectly nice when they're sober, but we're not talking sober. If you are attacked, you are going to spend more time in the hospital than they are in jail. And once more, they know it. Now, it's not feasible for a downtown area. I was in the bank a couple months ago, and this girl, she was obviously high. She was with her worker, and there was a problem with the account, and her boyfriend came in, and he was pacing. And finally, he says, I got to get out of here before I start hitting somebody. Did you think at 73 I felt safe? No. So you can't even go to a bank and feel safe. Now, I feel sorry for the people who have drugs, but you need to want help.
How many of these people want help, who are actually seeking it? And if they don't want to, and they don't want to follow the rules, we're just supposed to enable them? For how long is this going to go on? This isn't a reasonable society, when laws and whatever you want to do, just do it, and there's no consequences. And our taxes is paying for all this. We talk about a democracy, but did we get a vote to have this shelter? Did we have a vote to pay the taxes for it? Where's the democracy on our side? Is democracy just one-sided? I feel sorry for people who have drugs, but I also feel sorry for the people who have to live with it, have to suffer the consequences through no fault of their own. I especially feel sorry for the homeless that are having trouble. They go into a place to feel safe, and then they don't feel safe because of the druggies in there. I hear people say that the whole borough should actually share this burden. Well, that's fine, except that smaller communities like Grafton and Coburg, they don't have the ability to have the police there as fast as you do in Coburg. A friend of mine's house was invaded by a druggie from Peterborough with a pipe. He was smashing up one part of the house. They had him locked in between rooms. They phoned 911, and they said, we'll be there in 15 minutes. The people said, he's in the house, he's threatening to kill us. They said, we'll be there in 15 minutes. Go to a neighbor's. Now, you can't even feel safe in your house? This has to stop. There needs to be a high barrier shelter so that people feel safe going to the bank, going to the store, whatever. There's a lot of seniors here tonight. Do you feel safe? I don't. I know that if I was hurt or attacked by them, I'd spend months in the hospital. I have osteoporosis. How many other people do? So I don't know what the solution is, but something, this free reign, do drugs and do what you want, it's got to stop. There's a reason there's rules. We all have to live with them. I don't know. Put it somewhere north to the city, maybe, I don't know. But it can't go on the way it is. And they want more services, more services, more services, and that's costing the taxpayer. Can you afford it? I can't. Oh, too, and it is true, they are sending them in from the other boroughs. I have a druggy brother-in-law, ex-brother-in-law. They sent him in from Whitby. I asked him what he was doing way down here. He says, well, they said the services were better. Well, the more services you're going to think, it's like ants to a honey hill. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Brian Lambert. Brian Lambert.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, council, members of staff, and the die-hard gallery. A couple of comments. First one is I'd like to congratulate all of the presenters who have come and spoken tonight eloquently, with passion, and as with the stormwater delegations, it shows the depth and the breadth of the expertise that is resident in Coburg. So congratulations to all of those who have spoken. The second point is my support for the ECE bylaw. A lot of people have problems with the nitty-gritty of the administration of it and what it does and everything else. For me, the important part of the ECE bylaw and why it's important, and I'm so proud of council and staff for having put that in place, is that it levels the playing field, it levels the negotiation table with the county. It's leverage. So congratulations for that. The third point is the police MOU, which a previous speaker touched on for a little bit. The MOU, in case, or the Memorandum of Understanding for the gallery, was introduced by the Police Services Board back in April, and it provided that the profits or from the crim check business, which has been used for the last 7 or 8 years, since 2019, 2018, something like that, to help offset police operating costs. The police want to withdraw that and not provide it as an offset to operations. This amounts to about $2.8 million. Translated, Mayor Cleveland asked this important question at the last Finance Standing Committee. What was the financial impact? The financial impact is 9% on the levy, an increase of 9% on the levy. Okay? And in terms of the increase in the police budget funded by the town, it's 35%. Okay? Big numbers.
2 minutes.
So what we have to be careful of, and there were several questions that weren't asked, really important questions. What's the purpose of withdrawing this funding? What do the cops want to do with the money if it's not used to support core policing activities? Okay? What's the benefit to the Coburg residents who are paying the bill? Okay? Without that $2.8 million, or the gross police budget in 2025 was a little over $12 million. Okay, are Coburg residents willing to fund that? Okay, so take that into account, please, because between 9% for that, we have $30 million in capital projects that are funded by debt in 2025. The debt service payment on that is $3 million. That's another 10%. So now we're at 19%. Another 5% for routine salary and inflation increases. So now we're getting up close to 25%. Are you ready for that? So think carefully, please, Council, and think very carefully about this MOU and ask those important questions. How do Coburg residents benefit? What are the cops going to do with the money? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Dave Scott. Dave Scott. Dave Scott. Just going to do one last call for Dave Scott. So our last speaker tonight, Kathy Borwick.
Thanks. I didn't come here this evening to speak. I thought I was just going to listen, so I get to be last. It's very boomy. There. I'm glad that in the last few presentations people have talked about ways to go forward, because as I listened tonight, this isn't just a discussion about 310, it's so much bigger. A community that is safely housed is a safe community. I know that. I've worked in housing for more than 20 years and in affordable housing. we need to come together as a community to try to resolve some of the issues that we have. Our lovely town of Coburg is not immune to all of the drug problems that are happening everywhere. And we do have to find a solution to that. I don't know as we can do it as Coburg alone. The world has to do it. Certainly Canada has to do it. And so there are community examples that we could try, and I'm glad that Beth was up here talking about the joint committee that is working on trying to find solutions. So thank you for putting this together tonight. I'm sorry that some of the louder naysayers are not still present. I'm glad for all of the people that stuck around to the bitter end, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having this meeting. I do think it's important to gather information and people's opinions. Thank you.
I believe that's the last speaker. And I just wanted to just wrap up two things. One is, in my opinion, this has been an excellent opportunity and a showcase of all of your citizens and all the experiences that you've had. The underlying theme, in my mind, is that you want to help, but you've got to come together. And there has to be really a thinking about possible solutions, how it's going to undertake, and working forward. Some of the things like lack of rules, accountability, location, low barrier, acceptable, what's acceptable to the community and not, those are all solvable. And you can do that as a group with leadership, your council, and certainly your staff that work in the city. I have found them to be unbelievably compassionate, although you may not think so. But underlying that, they want your city and your town to be just as best as it can be. So thank you very much for those that spoke. Thank you for those that listened. Hopefully that you found it valuable to be here, and possibly, having some of these types of meetings will make it more valuable in the future. So thank you very much.
On behalf of Town of Coburg Council, Deputy Mayor, myself, and all my all the councillors and residents, as well as Coburg staff, I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to each and thank you to each and every one of you who stayed to the end of this evening. Tonight has been a great opportunity for us to sit back and listen and to hear from you directly. And I appreciate each and every one of you showing up to listen, both in person and online. And I'd like to say thank you to the members of County Council who did choose to show up today, as well as the members of county staff who are present. Thank you for showing up to listen alongside of us. At this time, I will adjourn the meeting at 9:54 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance this evening.